Let's play games straight up. I have a match to finish. I think the last prediction that we made actually failed. Stopped existing after I didn't pay it out after a long enough time, so kind of sad. I'll keep and I will simply draw a second land, as I have already proven multiple times I can do. See, it is animated. Ooh. Nice. I'll draw a land, but I'm going to take my opportunity at utilizing my lava dart. What? That explains a lot. Force on this is always so broken. Passing Laudar as a 2 for 2. With 1 toughness creatures in their deck, it is true, yeah. Home run? Me? Can I get a lava dart milled? No. Scammed. They did target me, they've seen the bolt. Hey, Mr. Assuming we said elementals, but I only see 4 elementals in deck. Let's have to finish this league. Are we not manufacturing game objects today? Potentially we are going to manufacture. But first, I wanted to play with the elemental stacks that might be extremely broken. Discuss iteration next turn. I guess, like, regardless of what we're gonna cast the iteration into the dragon guy, yeah. I had a question about Titan. In your suggested list, you're not including Sunhome Stronghold. Is it because they're inefficient with the mana base? Well, they're not inefficient. they just bad lands that tap for colorless mana, right? Both Sunhome, Slayer Stronghold, and Boros Garrison. And it's very rare or even non-existent that I lose games because I don't have Sunhome. It did happen that it was a bit awkward for me that I didn't have it. And I had like opponents with my list not have that, but that's a question for you to determine. Like, do you think you're going to lose more games to drawing those lands and being terrible? Or are you going to lose more to not being able to tutor them? For the most part, when you have two amulets, very often you can just get a Dryad with an extra pack that you have or not. And do stuff. So I think my intuition tells me that it would lose me more games to play my intuition tells me that it's very possible that it loses you more games to include Stanhome in your deck than it wins you. Did you see the Legacy Amulet list at 5 votes? Seemed sweet. No, I don't look at Legacy deck list. This is a new league or the end of Thursdays? The end of the Tuesdays, man. Wednesday's the worst day of the week because this is the only day I can't watch Canister stream. Friday is the best day in the week because I got to watch Canister stream and listen to music which drives me there at the same time. It's misspelled. Oh, it won't come. Deep, deep, deep. I don't think I want to block. I have one card. Their card is a legend and that's actually very problematic, but seems like that's not the case. Elemental Sex looks sweet, probably means we're gonna go 2-3 though. I'm not sure, it has plenty of interaction and 3 spells. This song, lol. This is kinda lol, I guess. But it's playing white. I can tell because they fetched a Hallowed Fountain and a Raw Green Triumph. So they probably have Prismatic Ending in their deck, which I wish them good luck dealing with my Storming Entirety. Force of Negotiation. But yeah, I wonder if those decks are just worse prowess or if they have some like matchups that are better. I think they're better off against Titan with the... I mean, it's not... well... yeah, they're better off against Titan because they can play Subtlety. Think, and Moon more sensibly, mostly Moon. A free spell Piercelone, which I don't like. It's fairly expensive. Yeah, and Counterspell. Counterspell is pretty good overall, yeah. Mostly the Moon. Blood and Pepperoni. Where Mentals use Scammer. I have to finish the league. I have one match to finish. I think the deck is worse versus aggro. Yeah, I guess as we've seen, it was pretty much worse against my deck. All my cards are good, I don't know what to get. I want the mutagons. I think I want the heat for the Regents, although I'm not sure if I even kill the Regents. So the Regent is potentially an 8/8. It's really big. I can't bother Serum Virus because Delirium. Alright, this doesn't kill a full Regent even, I guess, so that's YOLO that. I'll keep this. Is Murktide 1 and 2 just better than Stormwing? It's big every turn. I wouldn't cut Stormwings. I could play a Murktide in this deck. But it's kinda inaudible with the Dragon Ray Channeler. But yeah, like a Delve creature is kinda bad in this deck because you'd really want to play for against in most matchups you'd really want to keep the pressure on. And you know, playing Lava Darts and Lightning Bolts face until you can play Murktide, it's kinda... Okay, well, you probably also need Thoughtscour to enable Murktide. Yep, Delver. Soulscar Mage. I don't want a Soulscar Mage. I don't think so. Char also has Murktide. It's not really non-bow. Well, you do eat your cards, so it is kind of a non-bow. Like, you know, even if you can power through that, it is a non-bow, right? There is a chance to play Mutagans? Probably not. Nice elemental deck. Chat, the title of my stream doesn't say that I'm playing elementals. Yet there is an elemental and a card that produces 2 elementals in my hand, so... Problem? I cycle the other one because you can draw Mutagenic. Protect from Vault, maybe that's a good reason. Not sure. Because you can also keep it to have a price trigger on next turn, so yeah, no. Odds and ends. And ban Uru and make it an elemental. Elder Elemental. Well, they counter as well. No. Lol. Dispute? This is kinda okay, because I guess all the blue spells are 2 mana, so you can actually counter them. Oh. Not taking any chances, not wanting to try to mill my things. They play Murktide right now, it's gonna be 4/4. Subtlety? No, nothing. Lava darts under one of those. I think we want a creature. Like I have Barbarian spells, I have this already, so could keep the other Serum Visions, but not sure. Definitely waiting on the Seasoned Pyromancer. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, that's sad. Could play the iteration, but then we are forced to take a land with it. So I think I'll save it for the next turn. Apache Mountain. A Lavada and a Serum. Bottom, top. Lavadar, see they force onto one card. Nope, no pairs. So I'll give up the durable one, it's fine. In case of me wanting to take 2 spells. Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 spells. For grindiness purposes. Depends on 3 cards, only 3 lands. I have so many more cards than them. We had to mulligan on the play and also got Lava Darted. What's this? The bouncer? Then you take Serum and play Spirit, that's what I did. I could have also taken a land and just played a Channeler. Keep the Spireblock Canal. Fire Ice, wow. Charm, do you think they play Charm? I don't think their deck is one that would play Charm, but maybe. Two Channelers. Pretty nice. Well, this is indeed the same Tool song every day. Sometimes it's also intertwined with Taylor Swift's song. Now we're going to cast our Omega Ponder, yeah, oh no, Omega Preordain Max. Already have one, so the second one will be of no use. Nice, that's what I wanted to scry into. Nice Omega Ponder. Yeah. Did try Spire Bluff. I no rush, no rush. Just play the monster and attack for 6. Also, you can't don't attack with them, so you can't make a mistake gameplay wise. Pretty nice. Mm, 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 mm. Why would you not deploy our land? Because you can only deploy one land per turn. Okay, okay. Is Channeler the best monster ever printed? I don't think so. Pretty good monster, but... Thank you for the Prime sub. The Exiled Fury to Fury. Yeah, thank you very much for the sub, much appreciated. What you're gonna see? Seymour Visions, 2 cards in my opponent's hand. Let's draw Dragon Ray Channeler, Mutagenic Growth, and the Dragon Ray Channeler. I counterspell. Whoa! Yeah, Fury in Dagger is kinda odd. Still waiting for a white card. Ooh. Valua achieved. And I am indeed, 24 cards left in my deck. I've seen most of the cards in the deck, right? So I've gone through all of them. That's pretty potent. And now we can, after the appetizer, for one, we can get to the main dish, main course of today's. What is your rate settle the cancer? 4 stars? 5. Yeah, you'll see, it's gonna take time. Before you're gonna be sick of this card. Good old 2-3. Alright chat, so we have an elemental mana base of Cavern of Souls, fetch lands, etc. and shock lands. I hope the shock land makes sense in it, as I thought about it a little bit. Is Voice of Resurgence really the best 2-drop you can play? I think Voice of Resurgence is actually pretty poggers in this deck. But let's go over what is in this deck. So basic idea, Ephemerate, pitch Elementals, and also taking advantage of the fact that they are Elementals by playing Tribal Elementals. Risen Reef lets you pitch a Solitude and you draw a card off of it, so you actually are card neutral. On top of that, Risen Reef plus Ephemerate alone is kinda poggers. And pitch Elementals plus Ephemerate is kinda poggers. On top of that, Foundation Breaker, Ephemerate is kinda poggers. And both Voice of Resurgence and Unsettled Mariner are just kinda guys that are there to protect your other cards from being interacted with. Because, you know, if you do Risen Reef, Ephemerate, then if your opponent... Like, let's say you just Sorcerer Speed, Ephemerate your Risen Reef with a Voice in play. The way you do this is, well, if you just sorcerer speed ephemerate your Risen Reef, if your opponent kills it in response, you actually trigger voice, they actually trigger voice, and you get to make a token and draw a card of it anyway. So that's, for example, quite decent protection. Unsettled Mariner also does that. Both of them pitch to Solitude. Mariner pitches to Subtlety, Voice pitches to Endurance. We get a companion that is actually on tribe, a companion that pitches to Solitude too. It's actually Lord. It does give +1/+1 vigilance to everyone. We play 5 Omnavs. Because Omnav Locus of Creation is 4 colors, so it pitches to Solitude, Subtlety, Endurance, and Fury too. So that's pretty neat about it. And besides that, you know, drawing cards combines with Ephemerate makes mana against life overall a fine card, right? Nothing better than healer for the board. Looks kind of a pija. I did a search for elementals that costs 1 or 2 mana. I will tell you that the pool is fairly shallow. So yeah, Vial for fastness, etc. We're playing Unclaimed Territory. Adam asked about the elemental lands. The reason to play Unclaimed Territory over Primal Beyond is that Unclaimed Territory is a better card. Because it is always untapped, and it taps for elemental mana. And this can be tapped if you don't have an elemental in your hand for some reason, and it has no upside. Activate the ability of an elemental. I don't think any of them has an ability to activate. Boomlator Mage. These ephemerates look awful. You look awful. That's literally the reason to build this deck. I like Thunderkin in most elemental decks. That's a different elemental deck, I think. Which I think is not very poggers. Are you interested in Ancient Secret or Reflecting Pool? Reflecting Pool, maybe, but not really. I want fetch lands for Omnav, and I want white mana for Ephemerate. Worth having one mirror entity somewhere in the 75, maybe. Isn't Europe's probably better fastness enabler? I think Vial looks pretty decent for this deck. Must Vandal is neat, good to answer Kaldra as well. I think for the most part it was a Foundation Breaker, which I have 4 of. How about Force of Vigor? You could play Force of Vigor, I guess. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 17 green pitches. Yeah, we have solved it for Kaldra. We don't need to, like, you know, bother about Kaldra too much. You could play the 4th Hamburger, which is sensible to find the Risen Reef often. Is there a particular reason one would run Mirror Entity over Glasspool Mimic? Well, that's quite a different card. I think you confuse Mirror Entity with Mirror Image, I think, which is the 3 mana copy creature. I think the list I had was cooler. I don't know what list you had. Flickerwisp technically has an ETB, but it doesn't seem very appealing to me. Let's play for Flamekin Habinger. Okay, move an Endurance to sideboard. Okay, the healer. You go see Titania deck? Well, Titania. Sure. This deck is, you know, it's an Ephemerate deck, first and foremost. POV, you brought brute to a GP. More control type. It's gonna be like 4 colors control. No Risen Reef, no Elementals. And you're gonna be like, oh yeah, my list is better. I play Ren in 6. Which I'll say, sure. Sure, Johnstar, thank you for your valuable input. He said he made a lot of good results on League with it. Well, we are about to make a good result on League with our deck. Yeah, this is indeed Ren and 6. This list seems odd because there is like kind of little benefit from Risen Reefs. I think I would like to play a list that does actually, you know, try to utilize its synergy. Which the most attractive card to me in this deck seems to be the Ephemerate. That is actually the synergy that I want to build around and maximize. Let's say the one that is actually looking interesting to me. I know, let's go like this. Better probably. May as well play Titania. Smiley face. Also, I hate the main deck enchant / artifact hate. Why do you hate it? I do work on Cloud Shift Ephemerate is that good? I don't think Cloud Shift is gonna be that good. But we'll see. The first main deck Foundation Breaker is certainly gonna be great because it's tutorable, and then post-board you can have a spam of them. Co ty robisz, kotek? Łazisz gdzie chcesz? Let's make a prediction for the first match. Let's join league. I hope I am wrong, but Ephemerate seems pretty weak without and value 2s to blink, showing their true power. Well, you have value 0s to blink, right? And then everything is a value card to blink. With things. Maybe I'll summon in Cyber 1 or 2. Maybe I will play Elementals though. in like slots of random cards, like tools that can be useful against something, right? If I can use elementals for a certain purpose, then non-elementals, I'll do that first. How is Flicker Wisp left out? I keep telling him it's a Wisp deck. TBH, the first Flicker Wisp sounds appealing. Especially first Wisp, yeah. Okay, chat. If you really want to. Let's get this one. Drop. We can't cut the better one because the better one pitches to everything, chat, so it's actually a Poggers card. You're doing chat service, you have to add Titania too. Okay, 1 Titania in the sideboard. For the chatters. Wait, 16 cards? Let's get Fury. No more Twitch Prime Bait stream title. True, good point. 59 main. What I got? Going to land, Solitude, Omnath. Oh, because I made the card for a sideboard one. Alright, second endurance. Maybe over Revelark instead of endurance. I think Revelark looks mightily better than Titania. So I actually want to play this. But Fun Service has its own rules. Peloni, 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 Peloni. What do you think is better cyborg card? Titania or any random trap? I think Lava Ball trap could be better than Titania, but it's close, honestly. Alright, chat, time to LML. LML. Oh, okay. There's a few problems here. Might keep this still, but we need to draw the third land before we play this for Risen Reef. No, I guess I'm going. Flamekin Harbinger. I see. I have a companion in the deck, so you could technically keep. Put Risen Reef on top immediately, play it on discard. Guess. I do miss our turn 2, but Canister, you really need to add 4 Flamekin Harbinger. You won't get anywhere without it. We don't really play around discard, but we kinda play around discard on 1. Drawing. Barrel! Of all things. Storm. It's not necessarily GG, we have tools in the deck. For example, this against Grapeshot, Copium. This matchup seems unwinnable. I have 4 Endurance, I have Removal. I think it is hardly unwinnable, chat. You're very not optimistic. We can get a Solitude. Mariner doesn't stop Grapeshot. I believe it does. Alright, we're going to go Steam Vents or Sacred Foundry? Sacred Foundry, I think. We are going to play the... Actually, no, because this can be stacked so that it actually finds the card immediately. I think we want to play the Mariner. We only have 1 Cavern. I guess if they remain, we're gonna replay that and then play Void. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna lead on Harbinger with the Sacred Foundry. And we're going to stick the triggers this way. So we search for Solitude first. And we're going to get Solitude into our hands. Then we're going to play Mariner with Cavern. They're going to Gifts. You could have also searched for Endurance. But I think it is not better. Empty the Warrens. Lord Canister, do you think that Subtlety is the best element incarnation from Yeah. Control cards take time till they become good. Settled is the worst one. Lies. Alright, 10 minutes maybe not actually fair timeout, so I guess I'm going to untime you out. I'll put the Monomorphos. No, let's put 2 rituals in their graveyard so you have the least mana. I think that's the biggest problem. You attack for 2. I think we easily beat a semi-large empty though. Like, I'm absolutely not scared about empty. The worst incarnation obviously is Endurance, chat. Yeah, I don't think empty beats Omnath. Like, they make 20 goblins, that doesn't really beat Omnath, I don't think so. Endurance seems the best one. Legacy? Where? Yo, how's the GP going? Very nicely, as you see, I'm getting stormed. I like playing the Elementals deck because they are very colorful and they look nice. You think Fury is better than Endurance in Modern? Probably. At least there is a deck with Fury. Passion Flames, okay. Maybe there is an amount of goblins that actually beats me. Kaneki's deck is the one you verse around 1 of AGP when you're too slack to grind for buys. Exactly. I mean, you kinda... I think you're very negative, chat, because... think about what we have here. We have 3 spells, card advantage, and plenty of interaction. And you're saying, haha, stupid streamer plays cards. Yeah, I should have Mariner first, I guess, that's true. I was thinking about the Remain, but if Remain there is no gifts, but... given that my point was obviously passing and cashing the gifts, I was kinda not very cash money. 1, 2, 3, 46 goblins. Easy. A single Fury will deal with 4. Except that I'm not playing Furies. Wait for what? I think the best is to draw Ephemerate for this. To get a life linker. Canister, why don't you play Arena anymore? Is it cringe? I kinda think so. Doesn't fetch activate Omnath. It does. Why would you think it doesn't? Omnath still roughing boards in K21? Oh yeah, that's true. Is this close to enough to survive? I think it's not. Actually, because they say I have 46 goblins and I can only... only do stuff, but the matchup is going to be actually excellent once I board 4 endurances, chat. Minus 14. 4 endurance. We want fulminator. We don't want the foundation breaker. I cut the Fury for Titania. I would actually really like Fury to do stuff. One foundation breaker that might area you. Thank you for the raid, Dean. I reckon knowing this Unsettled Mariner. We can cut Flickers because it's pretty bad. And Subtlety, it's not very cash money, but it's okay. Can cut an Omnath. Omnath pitches two things. I don't think I want to cut Omnath because Omnath seems actually pretty potent to me. And pitches to everything. We might want the one Foundation Breaker, I guess. A Fury for Goblins would be really good. Like Fury, Ephemerate, kill 8 Goblins. Pretty good stuff. I don't think we're gonna use Fulminators. What's Fulminator for? Titan. Yes, it's for killing lands. Out of the decks that benefit from their lands more so than other decks. Ephemerate, no white mana yet, Copium. No, against Saga I would use the Elementals that blink. Honestly, I probably keep the Flamekin. It's so much better to post 3. I should have fetched white. I don't think I want to use it on Mariner. That seems like a waste. It's not greed mode, it's that we immediately draw what we searched for, which is very good with pitch spells. Maybe you should play the Elemental Mana Producer. It's a 2 mana 1/1, so I kinda doubt it. Second Reef, let's go. You can say Muldrifter. I thought about it briefly, but I don't think it's actually gonna be impactful. Having one Smoke Breeder seems better than this Flicker Wisp, lol. I agree that the Flicker Wisp is bad. The Flicker Wisp is for Twitch chats. Out of Twitch chat's desire. We're gonna get an Endurance. They play so slowly then. Okay, let's get a second Reef and YOLO it, because then we actually like pull ahead and like 2 turns we're gonna be all protected from everything. Will you play your mom? I did play it already today. I finished my league. We can try Endurance here anyways if we get lucky. I 4-1 with blue red mom. I only lost to some like bread midrange deck. It's pretty good. Do I actually have one challenge? I added Serum Visions to it. 1 red. Piratic Ritual. I was afraid of them performing actions and me not having interaction. Let's see how much they will do without monsters. Desperate Ritual. Well, it seems like quite a lot. Mashing Flames. No, Desperate Ritual, okay. Wait, was it double splice? No, it was just 3 rituals. Is it just empty? Or are you gonna cast gifts? Sure, empty is beatable. As I said multiple times. If only we had the Fury to fetch. Yeah, if we had the Fury to fetch here. It would have been so easy to beat, but... Last time empty was beatable, didn't end well. It's gonna end up better this time, I promise. We have it all set up in hand. Like, how many goblins they make? 13, that's 26 more goblins, so it's like 38 goblins. Total, that's simple. This is only like twice in my life total. I gain 8 with Omnath. 40 goblins, exactly, okay. Can ephemerate the Omnath. Chat, we have two reefs. Just in time endurance, yeah. Chat, I think we're popping off. No, fuck, kurwa mać, ja pierdolę. That was a big mistake. Also minus white source in the deck. It's okay, it's okay. Misput. Did we gain all the triggers from this? I think we did, right? How many triggers I get from this Omnath chat? I didn't hit a land, right? 0. Let's Solitude. Exile a Goblin, I guess. Okay. Choose this. Gain life. Exile the Goblin. Then Ephemerate Solitude. Sell the Omnath. Hope to hit a land, okay. Choose this, okay. Okay. Exile the Omnath. Play the other Omnath. Okay. Okay. Chat, any doubters still? Empty is beatable, chat. +4 mana. No, that's +4 life. Okay, so now I can pass, I guess. Do your stuff. Is recently forced. 21 cards on deck, by the way. I'm going to lose because I cut the stupid Fury for an Titania. Thank you for your advice, chat. Still lost next turn Llama Foul. No, I get to untap and I get to like do more stuff. Looking Risen Reef? Yeah, because they're forced. I don't want too many of them. Well, I guess. Results. I shouldn't have destroyed both Risen Reefs. Yeah, I should have kept one. As of 7 minutes, I'm kinda clicking quickly, but... It doesn't matter what I keep, like I'm winning here, chat. But yeah, keeping the reef was like, fine, yeah, fine. Wait, are we dead? 30 damage? Maybe we are actually dead. I thought I had a second Solitude in my hand. Where's my second Solitude? We can gain life with fetch land because we don't have any more life to gain with the fetch lands. So we block 4. This is 30 goblins, we block 4. 17. 27. Okay, that's a bit problematic. Ephemerate Solitude. Can kill own gobble, deny lifelink too. With what? Kill own gobble. Endurance self to fetch for life? That's true. Okay, I gave up the Reefs and Reef, so that was a bit bad. What do I have in my deck as far as fetch lands go? I have the Watery Grave, not Watery Grave, Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, I should have just kept the Reefs then. Okay, so I count this as a massive win, even though we lost. So to keep this a massive win, I'm going to drop and I'm going to add a Fury to the sideboard, because if we had a single Fury, then we would have shot many of the goblins, but Titania, my ass. So now that we learned why this deck is pretty great, seemingly, right? Because I think that was a good showing, in a way. You can cut a Flicker Wisp, stupid Flicker Wisp. Gonna cut a Titania, and we're gonna... Yeah, let's play a Team Romna, because having a way to damage my opponent, just having a single way seems available. Seems important, right? Because we can draw our deck. Why not play T? Very good question. Yeah, Team Romna. So after I had a decent deck and you made me destroy it, chat, let's re-destroy it and let's start popping off again. Oh yeah, single Fury against exactly empty the ones will surely make this deck elite. I'm a pro player, by the way. It would have helped you, right? Killing like 8 elementals would be pretty impactful. 8 goblins. One main deck Fulminator might also be a thing. It might be, but it doesn't push you things. You play Moron that gives damage? Well, we're playing this, right? You can tutor for it. Secondary, disproportionate value of having one of evoke elementals in the deck since tutors and you see half of the deck every game. Yes. Main deck 1 Fury, I put in the sideboard. I think Salted is better against most people. Payout, where am I 1-0 in the league? Alright, fair. I'm no, so like the other question was yes or no. One 0 again. Final match was really good. I thought about it, but it's really bad with... it's really good with... It's really bad with Ephemerate, and I wanted to play an Ephemerate deck. I think the first copy of All 4 Idiots nice main. Could be, could be. The red one has the least pitches, it's pretty hard to pitch for it. Just turned in, are elementals broken? It seemed like they were, but I lost the match, so... It's so beautiful have all cards for play modern. After an expansion, no cards is no more useful. Very true. I tried to update my bio to say that I only play Magic Online and that I'm 26 now, but I couldn't confirm that. Mirror? Rensky. Can play Mariner, but it's fine if we get a Stomping Ground. In fact, I didn't include a Stomping Ground in the deck for that reason, so I guess we can fetch a Stomping Ground, so we won't have red for now. Or green. I would rather miss red, I think. Because we need green to cast this. Have 2 Ephemerate manas. Should add can wait the emote to MG but emote plug message? I should, yeah. Or maybe mods should do this. They knew how to do it. Broadcaster only. Maybe mods should do it then. Or imagine if I had a 1 cost elemental to flash in. For rent skipping. I guess I had a 0 cost elemental to flash in, but not a full one. Flamekin Elemental, question mark. As you could have or could have not seen, it was not in my hand, so I didn't flash it in for that reason. So Fury is nice because it hits Planeswalkers, which is something that Solitude is pretty bad at. So I guess main deck 1, probably valuable. To have at least like a way to kill Planeswalkers. Card Muldrifter, Vial Muldrifter for free. Can you Vial evoke? I think we would really want to play against a creature deck where the Solitudes could shine. Unfortunately, we didn't get an opportunity to. But imagine also having Risen Reef in hand the spot, you vial it in, and if your opponent wants to kill it, you ephemerate it, and it's strong value. The Timur of now is 4 mana, so we can't do that Kappa Spammer Manga. Not quite. I played Tefari, it would be a bit problematic. Damn. What would a 5-color Omnath look like? You'll see in 2 years. Most. Probably in a commander set. Exile your Snapcaster Mage twice. Commander set me damage 3 through. Take me homes to the place I belongs. Kappa Twitchet. Damn, his matchup against Storm is so good. This is insane. Oh, damn, bouncing Vial is so rude now. You do kill the Planeswalkers though, which is pretty nice. Nice. I'm waiting for the Gochi to kick in. I like when people come in and they misspell Gachi and they say Gochi or Gucci, Gachi. 5-color, some kind of a Tibalt deck possibly. Why not Elemental or Thundering? I think that's a different elemental deck that you're trying to build in. I should have gotten Siemens. Hey buddy, I think you got the wrong deck. No, that's the deck I wanted to play actually. Thank you for the gifted sub, Bobs, yeah? Oh. Jace, the Man Sculptor, okay. That is no trouble. No trouble whatsoever, chat. Cowboy, toy boy. Reshuffling the Supreme Verdict is a bit odd, but... Two wickets of Snappy, no, they still keep a spell in their graveyard. And they probably play Bring to Light in their deck. And a pepperoni from Domino yesterday was quite delicious, okay. Do you think that me playing this song, or rather, this song being played on my stream increases the revenue of Domino's Pizza? Domino Pizza? A tiny bit? Probably does. At Domino's last night, I am ordering Domino's. Yeah. All the Domino's. Pepperonis. Since code gas. What is the advertisement code gas? Tons of Pizza Hut merchandising, okay. Fairly unfortunate, as I, spend the endurance earlier. The gnome one. Maybe you should talk about the gnome one indeed. Have I purchased any paper MH2 cards? Yes. Peloni, 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 Peloni. Actually, I don't know if I want to draw an elemental. Right now. Let's get Risen Reef. We're afraid of me putting a land elemental into play. Let's say legitimate fear. Wait, what? Oh, this is not an elemental. What? Cat beast. Okay, I thought I would king the Jace because I was sure that Kathira is gonna be an elemental because I just assumed that every creature in my deck is an elemental. That was not the case. They weren't all elementals. They were not all elementals. You can actually cut endurances, they're not very good. Use a snapcaster. In your deck, yes, there is only elementals. Kahira is in the sideboard. Kappa. Kappa indeed. Sea Lens, I bought in full nature. My opponent's playing 5 colors, so I think it's okay. Should probably trim Flamekins because they're kind of low value. Potentially Ephemerate because of the Fairy. I think I'd rather trim 2 Flamekins. Did you see this deck, Kani? I don't know. This deck is capable of classic giant starts of this kind of Tarmogoyf into Liliana, but has an add angle of villain that makes it part of 4 force and 2 doors up and answer. More than Urza's Saga Giant. Well, Golgari. Executioner's Capsule, not looking at this. Witherbloom commands. Come on. Just either misguided or silly. Ow. I put a finger into my eye. Sorry for wasting your time. I think you meant my precious time. I scratched my elbow once. It was awful. Couldn't blink for like 10 days. So what did you do instead of blinking? We can't afford not to be able to blink as we are playing in an Ephemerate based deck. Is Executioner's Capsule in that deck as a tutor target? I'm worried it might be. See this juicy Zag of Triumph? Soon it's going to continue chilling out as I'm going to destroy a different land. Explosives? Incorrect VL art. I like my VL art. I think the Brainstorm is worse than the Capsule. Change my mind. The Brainstorm you can search for. That can like give you some value when you that. In the Capsule, I think the Brainstorm is much better than the Capsule. And by much better I mean slightly. How's this deck in your opinion? It's a deck. That's all I can say so far. And I think it's on the verge of being broken, but maybe it is a bit unplayable. You play Ren. Seemed like black is their least major color. They had Chaos Guile only. Ah, exquisite timing. Might play Tefari. They don't. Why are they playing 5 color? Haven't seen BTL yet. It seems like Pepperoni is gonna come. I really hope it will. To 5 color prismatic ending, obviously. Oh, I see. Come on, play with Tefari. Explosive. Oh, for explosives to 5. Yeah, that's very strong. Yeah, that's an eye opener. Okay. If I draw a land, I want to play Revelark. Gonna be really nice. So I'll play the Subtlety. And I'll choose no targets. Voice. Ah, I have to play my creatures pre-combat. Too bad, too bad, too bad, too bad. Doesn't matter much, doesn't matter much, doesn't matter much. So Kahira is not even castable with those? That's so bad. Such a tilt. If my opponent's on 1 life, this is a massive win, chat. Kahira is for pitching for free spells, not casting. That is partially true, but... Skin tight jeans and I skin tight jeans and I skin tight jeans tonight. Ooh, Revelark mana. Okay, maggots. I want to get my Revelark countered. Wait, actually I don't. What do you think about your opponent's deck? Seems ... interesting to say the least. I think it seems ... interesting to say the least. Still waiting for them to BTL for Valky. I don't know if they do that actually, or if they just play 5 core control cards and they disregard the amount of damage that they take from their mana base. They do play Omnav though. I'm gonna play the voice again. Bolt. I'm known for my exquisite timing. Hotel Piera. Gee, isn't that where J. Getty smiles many Nazi? The Faroni. That's okay. Dead wrong they were. Hey, June 26th is my birthday. Very curious. Mine is not. Wait, it's only leaves? Not ETB2? I actually knew it's only leaves, chat. I was not surprised by my Revelark lack of effects upon playing. Could actually play it first. But I don't know what they're gonna do. They're gonna cryptic tap? Sure. Well, it's 3 cards. Notably, Kahira doesn't even trigger. Yeah, it is. Which kinda really sucks. They have ears. They're saying some kind of communist propaganda. I don't think it's very communist. He's mad that they're owing him money. Also, remember that my point should be a 2. But just to Croxa at least. I don't think you're going to face against Croxa. What does all of this have to do with Ramranjt? No, that's a separate story. The fairy is pretty annoying. Snapcaster, cryptic command, tap. What? What's the trick? They're gonna settle me? There's no way they're gonna settle me. Yeah, Supreme Verdict, sure. See, see, see? They waited and we got an extra Risen Drift trigger. That was kinda cringe of them. And look, now we're going to stack this and Revelark on Risen Reef and Voice, because I think I like Voice more than Fulminator Mage. Actually, I want to play the land untapped. Okay. Going to play the Elemental now. We're going to get Fury, kill the Teferi. Not sure they don't play Scape Shift. I'm gonna play Mariner. I'm pretty sure they don't play Scapeshift after like how deep we went and not a single Scapeshift card has been shown. I think they just play 5-call control. Omnath ain't that lethal? I guess you could get the Omnath, that's true. The Elemental Omnath. Just have one Endurance over one Ephemerate. They like have all those Teferis, it's kinda harder to get proper value from. Can host a Snapcaster. I don't know, it's like all that good. Because we don't want to pitch much in this matchup, which I guess is kinda bad for Ephemerate to use Ephemerate money to protect the Risen Reef. Had the Omnath. See Elemental who gives all your boys haste, powerful enough for Elemental Stratagem. What card is that? I don't know the card. An effect like that could be useful. Omnath Focus of the Roll kinda does that like that. If you draw your deck you can shoot your opponent, but Rebel Arc looked decent here too. Scampering Scorcher. No, it's 4 mana 1/1s. It's way too weak. It's way too dank. I'm gonna play Omnaths for 4 mana rather than this. Excusez-moi? Is my stream okay? Stream is okay. Listen, even to Skytrix comp is nice though, yeah, but come on. Why did I get banned from Moda? Oh yeah, and Benjamin is an elemental too. And does trigger off the things. But we can only discard it by getting extreme value and discarding the cleanup. I'm not sure this is how it's supposed to look. Okay, we're back in the game. One lander with a vial. I'll keep. Despite being in human, Seasoned Pyro is insane with Risen Reef. It's pretty nice. You have spells in hand that you discard to get to draw 2, so it's not that you actually. I guess you get to draw 2 on top of drawing 2, yeah, this pack's pretty good, but it's not very mana base friendly. Fuck, wrong land, because this can get Seavens. Well, that's a bit bad then. Can try a voice this turn. Why not? Okay. Maybe the secret to play elementals is to play cards that aren't elementals. That might be a step at some point, but it's not a step yet. Like Unclimb Caverns, Reflecting Pools, Vial's Caucus. This is hardly a company deck. Our cards are a little weird at the bottom. Should we be playing one of each non-black Triumph? So you mean just add 4 tap lands? Like, why would I play Triumphs? If I want more colored lands, I'm gonna play more elemental lands, right? I'm gonna play more Utopias that tap for all the colors of creatures that are untapped. Oh, there's only 2 non-black Triumphs. Yeah, but you don't need to. Like, I would play more Acclaimed Territory if that was a concern. Which I could, but I want the Ana mod for fetches for this, and to be able to cast this. The mana base wasn't a big issue right now, yet. Canning, do you feel sad that Poland already fell out of the Euro Cup? I actually do not know. Previous for the D&D set start today. How quickly is it getting released? Next month. They preview it already. I bottomed that. I don't want to redraw it because if they interact with my VL, it's gonna be quite bad. I could have gotten a voice, flash in a voice, and then play the guy, kill a land. Killing a land with red in play is not that powerful, but maybe the recent riff was a bit greedy. Like if they interact with the vial, it's so bad. When I watch cancers VODs, I no longer get the part of the stream, the best part of the stream, the music. I tried uploading the ones with music to YouTube, but they all get blocked, and then I have to like use the automatic tool to mute the song that blocks the video, and then that takes 8 to 20 hours to process, which is actually a bit rough, and I think I'm going to be uploading the VODs without music too. Then they actually gonna be monetized most maybe at some point too, which is nice. Just automate a Spotify playlist with the best songs. So how does that help? How many PCs do you have? I have 1 PC. The videos, they don't need... Oh, now we draw this. You don't actually... They don't actually take processing... Like, they don't actually take your PC's power to process. I can get Fury. Do you play non-card games? Not really. Well, I mean, I guess I do. Yeah, I play Genshin a lot. I play, well, other games. Yeah, I'm also currently still playing through Nier. And I Crash Bandicoot too. I do play games, yeah. I don't really like play online competitive like multiplayer type stuff. For example, Fortnite. Oh no, I had a companion. I was thinking, yeah, I don't have anything to spend the money on, but I actually did. That was poor. Think we should maybe have gotten Fury instead of Reef since we had Ephemerate in hand. I don't think I wanted to get Fury in the dark, and like the things only start to become great when you have Reason Reef in play, right? It is kinda rough that Ren can kill Reef. Order, lol. Actually, they can't kill the Reef now. Damn. Let's see what we reveal first. Okay. Search, get a Resin Reef. Resin Reef. No, two hands, so we can play it. Onto the battlefield. Elemental. This is on the battlefield. Elemental. Come on. Not very nice draws. A lot of lands. When like any elemental was super valuable. So if they rough me now, we can actually still very easily lose. But the fairy... This thing is okay. Not playing land? No, I'm keeping it for landfall. Do you name card of this cavern? We actually could name cat or beast to the second cavern. But I think I'm gonna keep the Violon free. Saddle T. Okay. No, let's keep it in hand. Okay. Okay, more omnavs. Okay, draw. Fulminator. Okay. 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 Let's play the Revelark. Okay. Okay. Attack Hero of the Minaria. Kill their only black stars at Triumph. Could also kill their only red stars, I guess. Colossus Elemental too. Oh, Colossus a Golem, I'm pretty sure. See? Canister wins the match. It took so many minutes. I didn't believe, but we won a match. And I'm sure we're gonna 5-0 easily with this. I think this deck is actually pretty cool and I don't know, might be actually decently good. That's still game 1. Well, that's match 1. I found it like even worse than Elementals, chat. So silly. Only thing that's good equals thing I played. Pepega Crown. Your opponent just only kills Risen Reef and Blighted. No G creature, they can usually beat you. What's Blighted and G? I've got an elementary player at my LGS. I'm playing quite a bit different deck than your elementary friends. I'm not playing the Brightening Creature. So they only need to kill they only need to kill Risen Reef. But yeah, like we have ways to protect the Risen Reef. That's indeed like a thing that we would like to be doing. GG, we lost. I think I'm actually heavily advantaged right now, so as you see, your mileage might vary. Foundry? I guess if I fetch a Foundry, I can fetch planes later on. Remove Fury, put Collected Company. Great idea. So assuming that's the wrong version, so I have saved, but now the deck looks so much better. Chat, the point of this deck is being an Ephemerate Solitude deck, while also using the synergy of Ephemerate Risen Reef and being Risen Reef Pitch Elementals deck. Which means that you get to do stuff. Could kill the Ravager. I don't think we get enough out of this Foundation Breaker right now. I think I just want a Solitude to keep up. Just a bit awkward. Did you like Unholy Hit in Blue-Red? I think so. I didn't have a super strong opinion. Grab Kahira? Oh, I forgot. That's right, I should have grabbed Kahira for the Solitude. We made no constructs off of this. Also live. Potentially a bit problematic. Yeah, not grabbing Kahira was like kind of pretty Pepija, I guess. So keep the Mariner. Unholy Hit is better, probably way better than Flame Slash. No shit. Passport, our matchup with 4 Foundry Foundation Breakers is gonna be insanely great, chat. Why did you play Wildfire over Blood Moon? Oh, I was never happy with Blood Moon in the price deck. But someone in the Discord made a good point that it's better now that you don't play Sprite Dragon, so your creatures are actually red. Still, I think it's a bit stinky. I don't default to playing Blood Moon. Secret Foundry. Never not dead to Ballista. I am dead to Ballista right now, yes. And I acknowledge that proudly. I think this deck is not making the greatest use of Vial that has ever been put out. Land Ballista. No combat. Okay. And the great usage of Omnath? No, it's doing a great usage of Omnath. It's been pretty great. Like, to this I disagree. Okay. Let's keep it on 3. That's why Rogue Omnath is good. It's draw engine. Rogue Omnath only starts drawing cards when you have 8 lands, which is actually a bit of a huge amount, but it does draw you cards at this point, yeah. What you're lacking here is a regenerate, because I used a Harbinger to search for a... Alright, crossfingers for no land for Ballista, and then we win, chat. See? Not that of a downside with Reef. Well, once you have Reef in play, you are drawing cards already, right? It's fine. Fury seems like it does kind of a small thing. Fulminator. Oh, they found the small creatures kinda don't matter. Let's have more pitchmans. The subtleties, I guess they don't need to invest resources into that. Into their thing, so it's actually not good to have not gonna be good to have 4. I think Fulminators for Inkmoths and Sagas. Fury could be okay for Hangerback tokens. Potentially. You can cut the voice, because this pitch is better. Breaker can kill Saga too, right? Yeah, Breaker can kill everything. Vile Curve. What do you think about people not playing Sprite Dragon Blue Red Mom's prowess? I think they're being reasonable. Mariner seems a bit weak. It's okay against Ballista, actually, and targeting my face. And pitch is better. And it doesn't seem like Voice is gonna be jumping too often, although maybe it's gonna be jumping a bit often. I think Mariner is better than Voice by a decent margin. Probably don't want too many Fulminators, actually. Let's have the cards that pitch for Solitude instead. And like 1 Fulminator for things. Because we already have the 4 Foundation Breakers. Okay. Monk is also Pepega and Blue-Red, right? Well, Monkey doesn't really benefit from what is in the deck. So it is a 2-1 that gives treasures and occasionally draws you a random card. But I think you can do better, so it makes sense to not play the Monkey. Also, when you're the one playing Lava Dart, you actually know not to put 1 toughness monsters into your deck. Well, the DRC actually doesn't die to Lava Dart because it gains the extra point of toughness, right? So. Did I get the Reef? I think I'll get the Reef. They played a Taplo on turn 1, maybe I'm gonna survive. Can play Hambringer into Mariner into Reef into Omnath. Minari Monty, thank you for the sub. I don't know if I said that. Ooh, I drew recently. That's pretty lucky. So someone playing a similar deck with Seasoned Pyro works well with Reef? Yeah, kinda does, but I don't know if you can actually build a sensible deck out of that. Kimochi. Sure. Consume your land. Is there no other good elemental to drop other than what? But yeah, there isn't really. The Awakener is a bit of a different thing, and like it's to be combined with the Skeletor. But I mean, I think, you know, the best thing with Reef is the pitch elementals because they trigger for 0 mana. And Ephemerate is also cheap, so you know, I don't really feel like I need cards that are very good with Reef when Reef is surviving, when that costs plenty of mana, right? You can actually do without those. Vial has seemed like poop soup. Well, I think Vial seemed somewhat okay in some of the games, but in general, we could look to replace it with something else. I was thinking I'm going to be too slow without the Vial, but I can maybe play more pitch elementals to for my early game to be pitch elementals, just pay mana for my staff. Although it is really nice to Vial in Risen Reef. Play Omnath. Could have gone like Plains really, I guess. Because if I play more pitch elementals, I'm going to have more pitch elementals and more early game this way. More combinations with Ephemerate my opening hand. Could actually be good to do it this way. Under Vial, speaking of. Bible Farm. They bought in the Fury. Shucks. It seems a bit optimistic to not have any acceleration, but maybe Mana Dork. Okay, just 4 Thopters, that's very little actually. Not saying I think Hierarch would be good, but it seems like even it would be better than Vial for turn 2 Reef and early Ephemerate mana. It could be, yeah. But better than that. Is there an elemental mana dork? Yeah, it costs 2 mana. It does add 2 mana for elementals only though. Smoke Braider, I think. And suck some dick. Mission module, okay. Need to draw something nice. It's a 2-mana 1/1. I think we need to play the Mariner and draw something. Dead. We're not dead by no means, chat. We can draw cards this turn. Ephemerate, maybe. Put card on the battlefield, okay. Small Ray would have been 1 mana in 2021, hopefully. Ephemerate at the top. Land. Land is not saving me. I said a Fury. Fury has very few pitches though, but it's a little bit rough. When you told me about this deck idea, I thought you'd go hard on the pitch, boys. I think I have plenty, but we can have plenty. We have 7 and tutors for them. Cześć Piotr, dzisiaj na streamie Krokis otwarcie nazwał cię głupkiem, trzeba mu pokazać. No trzeba mu pokazać coś. Nie wiem co. Subtlety is in a combination of Ephemerate though? Well, it is, because it depends, but it can be. Yeah, but we can cut vials for Furies. Full Furies, I guess. Something like that. And then we have our early game, the pitch spells, which is a bit awkward, but... Let's have one more red card to pitch to Fury, that's a bit awkward, I guess. Stoneforge Mystic? I still do 3 equipments, that sounds... very weird. I could cut them and add more... Let's say... less SM and living weapons are strong with Ephemerate is what I was thinking. I think the living weapons are kind of the opposite of strong with living weapons. I think in fact they're kind of weak with living weapons. Unless you have some knowledge that I do not have. Yes, they just die. Like Uro. I mean, the Stoneforge Mystic makes 0 sense. We could also play Ragavan this deck, but also we could not play Ragavan, and I think I'm choosing not to. Need to kill this. Cool song, but when do the slaps and male screams start? Hopefully soon. I wish I had an Ephemerate in my hand and I could have waited a turn to kill both and then also a fair thing too. It's only match 2, it's like super slow. By the way. Oh. Ephemerate. I think we keep the fetch for Omnath. We can draw an Ephemerate off of the Solitude, but I think most likely I would like to use the extra mana of Omnath, more likely. Soul Herder is not an elemental now. Soul Herder is a something weird, I don't know. Avatar, Pepega, something like that. Spirit. Maybe you're instead of Kahira. Sounds like a great idea. Could make my deck build around drawing a specific card less consistent for a very low cost. Alright, chat, Ephemerate one time. What a nice value. Ephemerate. Fuck. Never Ephemerate. Flicker Wisp is elemental. Yeah, it is. We're gonna kill the Saga still because the construct plus a big monster. What does the small Revel Arc do, chat? Power 1 or less from a graveyard, so it does buy back Risen Reapers, kinda only that. I flooded. Unfortunately, my opponent being able to kill Risen Reef was a great source of not only card disadvantage for me, but also sadness. Maybe I should have used the Solitude on the Ballista. I didn't want my opponent to kill the Reef for the second time, but then they lose the Ballista and the Hunger Walker if they do this way. And I still get this. I definitely should have just killed the Ballista, left them with the Hunger Boy. Mistake, I guess. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Fortunately, I don't have a Vesper, a Revelark in my deck to draw a very valuable monster. I think Revelar looks like pretty decent, although it is mad expensive. There's a green-white 2/2 elemental that makes other elementals sometimes, but it's worse when you can't put it away. I'm playing the set 2/2 elemental that makes elemental sometimes. Is there any other flicker type card to consider this deck? Yada yada. What's the one with flashback? It costs 2 mana though. That's probably way too dank. Actually, it's pretty good with 2 fetches saved. And we play the Kahira because it gives +1/+1 to it. They're gonna make a 5/5 ballista. It's okay. What flashback elemental is there? I don't think there's. Don't know if there are any. Oh no. That is way too dank. I hope they won't have lethal. But I haven't counted. There's no way they do have lethal. I have 27 life points, right? So they would need to make it 13/13 and they don't. They make it 10/10. The flashback elemental is, for example, the seasoned pyro, I guess. It's flashbacks into 2 elementals. I think I just made a mistake. The Hungerback Walker was not the kill back then because I got spammed by the ballista, obviously. As I'm playing a creature deck. Yeah, that's not lethal. Ah, it's gonna shoot it in response. Have to play the land first. because that's an ETB. The ability does target indeed, but yeah, it's gonna take them. It says round of counters from the ballista. Ah, the second one doesn't actually work. They don't need to. Hope they will still. But I won't have 8 lands now. Okay, it did still, so this fetch actually did work. Even though it didn't need to work. Heh. Point was like, yeah, what's one ballista counter to spare, like? That is absolutely fine. Still dead? No, I just need to try removal. It's fine, chat. Try removal for this walking ballista and then top deck a recent reef into ephemerate, ephemerate the recent reef, draw another one, play the second recent reef, the ephemerate both. Draw 5 pitch spells and be ready for my opponent's everything. That's true, it still has a counter, so it actually did work. We have 3 Solitude, 2 Foundation Breakers, and that's it. I only have 2 Ballistas. Okay, that's a redraw. Yeah, just kill their own creature earlier in the game. Probably wouldn't have won otherwise, still. Need to do it now. Awkwardly. When you like try to kill Omnav, they don't try to kill Omnav, they just attack me. I need to play this to force them to kill this. I mean, they don't, probably can just let it go, but we can actually survive if they start pinging. But then you block and then ephemerate. Okay, I block ephemerate, and they're like, okay. I pump my ballista, I deal 4 combat damage to you. Okay, I have 8 pingers versus your 6 life. You can blink your Omnath. Nice, good for you. This way, they actually chose to trade for the Ephemerate, so now they have 2 1/1 ballistas. And if they pump, they're gonna have a 3/3 for 8 damage, so we don't actually die. Can also just block and not blink. Yeah, but then they do. Then they say, okay. And they kill me, right? But this way I actually could have been not dead. Was it not lethal? No, because you need to remove the counters from the ballista, and when you remove the counters from the ballista, and then it dies, it actually had no counters on itself, so right? So there's no counters to move onto the ballista. I think what we want to do is not play Vial. Yeah, the Timur Rovnov is good. It just didn't get saved because my model broke, and then it didn't save the deck as it was. I really like Revel Arcane's control. It's got the company, despite it being a impressive suggestion. Isn't this too slow without any mana acceleration? You might think so, until you're going to move the curve the way it actually is. And move this into zeros, which is how much it costs, right? Do you think you will suffer from psychological damage because of the music in your streams? I doubt it. Well, Ephemerate isn't only one drop though. Well, it frequently is gonna be if I'm gonna have a pitcher, right? Have you played a deck where you liked Baron Harvest besides Titan Kaneki? After saying that I didn't like it in Lantern, I actually came around to thinking that I did like it in Lantern, and I think it was pretty good there. I think I just was not supposed to play 8 cantrips in Lantern, and Harvest is a worse cantrip than Stirrings then. So I'll play 6 or 7 cantrips in Lantern. Because with 8, I think I had a little bit too much trouble unloading my hand with the cantrips a bit too often, especially on the Drug and Sagra and Standing Brigade. The only problem is almost none of the double triggers are great turn 1, only the black one. Yeah, but you can double trigger on turn 2 then if the on turn 1 isn't great, right? If you're worried about being run over. So I don't know if that's a problem in itself. It might be a problem that then the deck is a bit reactive and a bit potentially slow. Expedition Map Island. Interesting. Because you're playing Risen for a full free mana, which might be a bit not cash money. Good draw. But I agree it would be better if like one of the elementals, for example, made a token. That would be pretty great for this deck. Unfortunately, they are all reactive spell effects. One of the incarnations. From Urzasta, where I am playing a cavern. I'm scared. Yeah, I guess. I'm no longer scared. That's a fine trade. Oh yeah, choose outcome prediction, choose outcome, no. Complete prediction, start prediction, 2-1. Slave for you. I don't have a Fury here, which I guess I wouldn't be able to pitch it anyways. No, I would be able to Ephemerate, pick this up, kill the Karn. So yeah, I think building Furies for the Planeswalker interaction seems kinda potent. Did you see this semi-viral Japanese tweet that was a screenshot of your Typhoon comment and a caption that translated to something like, "It looks like some things are universal"? I did not see that, in fact. Can get Fury and a red card. Yeah, but I don't have Fury in my deck, so like that's a big problem. No hard casting Typhoon, yeah. I want to look at this. Pega, pega. 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 Add block plus. Any add block plus users in the chat? Murzash mine. Sir Canister, the recent song is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in that rambling, incoherent song was something even close to anything that could be considered rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. My God, have mercy on your soul. Pepega. Who? Why is linking a video to XQC, Pepega? I'm missing this part of the lore. Is it that he's not watching them? Are you because you're watching XQC? I assume there is no underlying presumption like that in this. XQC is a React streamer, so he is watching them. I plus Karn for no effect. I play Walking Barista, okay. Yeah, the best I can ping a match. Yes, indeed, quite poggers. In this deck, they main Ephemerate Elemental evoke thing that gets 1 power under Flicker Wisp. Elemental evoke thing that gets a 1 power under Flicker Wisp. I cut the vials and added 4 Furies. The get 1 power thing only works on Risen Reef, but the Risen Reef is quite crucial for this deck to work. So this is a bit of a maybe it's good to play the Spell Arc. It's a Doomwake. I like the shaking poker still, like very nicely looking. Yeah, I think that the Spell Arc sounds actually kind of cash money. Probably good to have 1 vial. Yeah, I was thinking about playing 1 too, but I didn't say that out loud because in chat would say, "Ah, you're playing 1 vial." Not well, vial. In this deck, having less than 4 vial is fine, because you're not a deck that needs 10-1. Well, it's not useful any other turn, really. Actually. I think the Timur Omna is actually kind of fine. The Flicker Wisp is nonsense, though. Yeah, I mean, Timur Omna is certainly good to have 1. Maybe good to have 2. Gonna end the upkeep. Blink the Elemental to get the Omnath. The Flamekin Harbinger. Oh, 4 vials. Point will Minslayer Rush and mill our whole deck. At what point do you think they're gonna do that? Because they're gonna be dead, right? So I will kill them. Yeah, we can get a Kahira, that's true. Six, 9, 12. Opponent needs a powerful Torpor Orb. They had a card on board, they didn't search for Torpor Orb for 2 turns, so I assume they don't have Torpor Orb in their deck. She was subtlety, but they do play Karn, a great creator. Not sure what for Foundation Breaker either. He's potentially useful. I mean, they don't play that many. 4 Fury has to be Overkill and 1 Endurance is okay. Yeah, Endurance should be probably in the sideboard for the most part against mill and graveyard 8. As regular decks are not very useful. The 4 Fury upside is that you have Furies to push to Furies because you don't have too many red cards to pitch. I think we can skip Endurance here. The 5-color elemental land can cast Vial. It can, but it just comes into play tapped sometimes. And it has no upside. I mean, it has an upside over unclaimed territory, but the upside is that it plays for elementals abilities, and none of my elementals in my deck have any activate abilities to pay for, so it has no upside actually. No canister. It can't cast Vial. It does tap for colorless, I'm pretty sure. At least it could have when I last looked at it. Add colorless. No canister, it can't cast Vial. Should I time you out for 10 minutes for spreading misinformation and misspelling my name? I guess I will. Because, you know, not just one offense, 2 offenses. It is true you can't cast Vial if you're using the make an elemental mana ability, but that's also true for unclaimed territory. Now, misspelling your name is a bannable offense. It always has been. Fulminator surely looks pretty bad right now, haha. Do we want to try replacing Vial with Mana Dorks? Mana Dork would be better here too. Not sure if we want to, because then I'm going to need to name the Mana Dorks with the Vial often enough. And I think like with the pitch spells you can kinda go without the mana acceleration. Yes. Well, there's turn of Kahira, but we can live with that. Main thing with Vial is needing 1 mana place. You could have some tap lands in that spot. I don't think I want tap lands. I think the mana seems good enough. Like, I don't need tap lands when I can have untap lands. Yeah, we need Kahira. Yeah, about Kahira. We need a Nightmare Dork. Or a Beast Dork, or a Cat Dork. Or a Dinosaur Dork. There is a Dinosaur Dork for sure, right? Hopefully. Karn, tank, 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 tank. Damn, it is useless. I can't play anything off of it. Tank, 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 tank. They're currently engaged in battle against the game objects Coco deck. They have any interesting technology? Some ways to remove Asmo. Arboreal Grazer is a beast. That is true, I guess, technically. Nightmare Door would cost 3 mana. Which one? Leyline Prowler? Could play Grazer. I think Grazer sounds super bad. And keep Kahira, yeah. I mean, we can keep Kahira then, but then play Grazer, which I don't think is good for this deck. Honestly, I don't hate Vespelark. I mean, it just buys back more reasons. Okay, I didn't hate Revelark too, as a power target for Flamekin Harbinger that buys back the Omnas too. Maybe I just want to play Revelark main deck. Like, YOLO. Huge card. So honestly, I've been a fan of Revelark in the game I had it, because it's such a powerful top deck, and this deck is not graveyard reliant, so it actually is helpful. Tank, 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 minus. Some silver bullets don't seem bad with Harbinger. Yeah, I do have some silver bullets, but you generally don't want silver bullets when you can just play the golden ones. Did you ever try the Protean Hulk decks? I actually have not, no. Any thoughts of the ball lighting at Mind Rods? I think that's a different deck than the Ephemerate one. I don't think it meshes too well. You're gonna have 5 mana? I don't think that's too big of a problem. CLC huge potential Hulk combo? Yeah, maybe. It is very weak to graveyard hate. Dismember, yeah. Lightning Scantal is not good enough when Lava Dart is everywhere. You'd bought it out against Lava Dart, so it would be against the other portion of the metagame, I guess, but... Yeah, you can Ephemerate Skelemental. But you can also not. So those are two equally valid options, I think. Koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam w krainę zapomnienia. W głowie myśli mam, wtedy skończy się ten stan. Wiedzie biała węgorz. Koksu 5 gram, odlecieć sam. Let's not let them have 6 mana. Free ballista and... etc. Kurwo jebana. Interesting. Yeah, I think Rebel Arc is better than Vespel Arc because I kinda wanted a big target against the deck. I guess like if I had a big target in the scales, it could have actually we could have actually won that game. I'm learning Polish on Sod Extreme. Apparently kurwa jebana is a very common phrase. Yeah, it is. This I think he says commonly. Probably should play an extra land without the vials. Or two. Have you dated Arena? No, it is on my PC. Is it unreal to play something that gives hasty everybody? I think this mostly serves that role. Świeże. Mission Wonder in Modern, okay. We can do without. The Reason Reef, I guess. Yeah, this deck can actually kinda combo kill a person, which is pretty nice. It also has plenty of interactions, so it does have upsides, I think. Wasn't Rag Omnav lethal with Ephemerate? Not that it mattered. Seems like. I'm gonna restart the Omnav. I'm not sure which trigger they get from it. If it already dealt 4 or not. Maybe that's wrong then. Any lands? Okay. gonna be +4 life, right? Not mana yet. Land? Okay, good. Can play another Omnath to get more triggers, but that actually doesn't accomplish anything. We didn't get to shoot with this. Play the Omnath. See chat. If I had, how much did we lose versus Chaos? Was it 0-2? 1-2. If we had a Rebel Arc against Chaos, tutor, get a, play the Rebel Arc, evoke it, get Reef, Foundation Breaker, that's probably not enough. If we, I guess we played better, if we killed the Ballista immediately. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna grab something to drink. And right back. Wait, you need to resolve ETB triggers before choosing which to keep. So you get both ETBs. No, I had two different Omnaths from two different sets, two different names. They didn't legend roll each other. Hey. Pretty subtleties times 4 only for the Titans, really. Also might want to play more than 23 lands TBH. Maybe when they land, that's pitchable. Something like, you know, Imeria's Call. That's so bad. Thank you for this Prime Gaming sub, Bienara. I don't know what to cut for lane number 24. Every card is essential. The Fury has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pitches. 11, I guess, if you don't count the Fury itself. It's a bit cringe. Keep. Grief. Interesting. My opponent is making use of the evoke, potentially ephemerate synergy. I've noticed that when I grab a bottle, my camera's auto brightness adjustments, they go crazy and they like go kind of Excel Street Rave. A bit odd. Living in it probably is, yeah. Wow, our matchup post-war is gonna be so good. We have 4 endurance. I'll let you come. We get a voice if they flip the boards. Subtlety. Can be countered. Well, think again. Kinda awkward, I guess, because we could have played this with this. But we might also draw another land and then... Insane. Can I interrupt my Resenry? Not about killing it, I think. Actually, I really needed to play the Harbinger for the Endurance. So yeah, I guess. I definitely needed to put the cover into my hand. But in the end, I needed not to. You might have subtlety though. Something. No subtlety. Yeah, it even as evokes, so it comes back. Press concealed from the game. Nice, nice. And now we're gonna have 4 of those. Subtlety seems very poor here. Full Monitor Mage seems not too bad, it sacrifices itself. And they have some mana requirements. Revel Arc seems kinda okay. Foundation Breaker seems bad, but it does pitch to Endurance, so maybe keep that in mind. You can keep the voices for pitching. I think we don't need the Solitude in general. Maybe 1. Yeah, Mariner is kinda bad, I guess. Let's see, let's have the Healer to pitch to Endurance. Maybe we should play Horde of Notions. But I don't remember what it does. Can you fear your own cards? It doesn't have flash, but you can, yeah. Let's have free Solitude in the last slots. Let's not play this. Just have the Solitude. It's okay. No, I'm gonna have 1 more pitch for green, like, seems important. Do you have any neutralized targets? I don't think so. And also cut the Mariners, which are pitches for Solitude. Kinda tricky to cyborg with this deck, you have to keep in mind the different pitch ratios. I like Solitude in this match, it's easy to have it in the graveyard to get it back. That is true, I guess. If they living in, they have Solitude. I can play it in the spawns, exile nothing, or like exile one of my creatures get life. It comes back, exiles one of the things. Keep. That's true. Lit Solitudes can beat a small living in. I haven't thought of that. I think the first vial might be okay to play indeed, but not 4. Okay. You can take my both endurances. I googled the lyrics for this song. Raza Negra Shia Demonios. The lyrics actually go D D D D D D D D D D D D yeah D D D D D yeah. Actually do say that a lot of time. I mean, it is what they say. It is what they sing in the song. Chad earlier told me that the song is about a girl. So I get 2 creatures, my opponent doesn't get anything. It's not shuffle their... Ah! Do I shuffle their living into their head, into their deck? It's a bad draw. And I think they won't run out of living ends. Most like... might be they will. The game goes long. Although I will probably target them. Thanks. I could have gotten the Solitude too. I could have pitched a Solitude to get it back, exile this, and have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 power, but I'm not sure if I made fun. Is it shuffled or bottom? It's shuffled. Now they kill my creature again. Bottom. It actually is bottom? Wow. It doesn't really... Okay, so... Yeah, I shouldn't have considered that. Shuffles the cards, but then bottoms them. Wow, nice card. Actually minus damage. But I did that to play around living in right now. Uh-huh. The big whale. Control player. Every time he took play ahead and the tiny edges. Phenomenal control player. Phenomenal control player. Tiny control. Excuse me. Control player. I wish I had a white for the endurance. Keep the vial free for the Kahira. White mana? I guess. So get a curator. Wait, what? Why is there only 2 living ends in their deck? So they did run out of living ends. They boarded out the third, or they pitch it to Grief? No, they just played 2. Maybe boarded out 1, maybe 1 in hands. So good thing I didn't reshuffle their living end to the bottom of their deck, because that would have been better. Although even if this result, even if they had living end, we go Fulminator Mage, kill your lands. Solitude, pitch. Probably Revelark. put into my graveyard, then we return Voice, Solitude, Fulminator Mage, and we exile Waker, and we have Street Wraith, Curator, Agent, and I guess they have plenty of life. You can just Ephemerate Endurance with my Steam Vents. I think you should have another fetch. If we go 24. Nice mana base, thanks. From which Pro Tour is this song? From Pro Tour. I don't know, one of them. Pro Tour Boy Next Door. Yeah, well said. Style prediction. 4-1 with Ephemerate Elementals. Yeah. Nope. Personally, I can't wait for the gacha themed secret lair. I can. And I will. I will wait plenty of time. If needed. Remember when you gave that meme White Sorcery the same grade as Solitude? Chad remembers. The White Beam Sorcery will prevail one day. The White Beam Sorcery is the suspend one, the return all enchantments. Is Solitude even good? Generally speaking, I believe it kinda is. but but then they get to Ephemerate bug and actually kill it still. I mean, I get to get the Gather Scroll, but it's a bit weird. Weird jump. Maybe they're gonna pitch their own as Solitude now. They actually will? Should have done that earlier. What? I mean, doesn't really matter they done that earlier, but it's okay. Lands. While. Oh, I can blink and get a sword now. Sure. They pitch a solitude to their solitude. Yeah, I guess I wanted to just ephemerate the stone so I should get the extra 2 swords. Alright, yeah, I guess in that case it was pretty decent play. Pretty decent. But they didn't find an equipment now. They found no equipment. Nice. Lance, thanks. Didn't rebound. That's true. Nice ephemerate then. Why didn't they... Ah, we don't know. Do they not play free equipments? It's a bit odd, I think. Do not play free. Ephemerate in the deck. That's a bit sad. Or in hand maybe, doesn't really seem like... XX Blue Illusion, not an XX Blue Elemental. For a moment I believed. I thought, that would be really cool. If... Revealed Sovereign Fire and Ice, poggers. I am known for my exquisite timing. I said poggers, but it's actually kinda not poggers for me. They have that. Get Solitude and go to 5 lands. I'm gonna have Solitude to flash in for 5 if they equip sort of fiery and ice. You missed Grand already? Maybe you should request one of the same 3 songs that are playing over and over. I did tutor for this card and put it into my hand. Yet only as I played it they conceded. Well, it's okay. I guess it makes sense. I think I won exactly one foundation breaker. Subtlety looks kinda poor against this. Non-Titan. Dex. Endurance seems kinda. Fury. One of the breakers is... One breaker is gonna be good. Maybe 2 breakers. Yeah, let's have 1 endurance, because sometimes you want the endurance to reshuffle your deck. If you go off. Pepperoni. It is true, it does host Rebirth and Undying Evil. I'm not sure if they play those cards, I guess most of the list do of their decks, so maybe I should account for that. Kani Loli? What the hell? Are a full grown man. Kani Loni, oh. Who? Makes much more sense. I'm gonna play this. So they can't play Apparition on it, and I can play the Restoration if it's protected. You sure are hung. Meatcock. Is Meatcock vegan? Probably not. I mean, the name makes pretty apparent that it's not, I guess. Should we have all of our fetch will be Vix, so any non-tribal land can cast FM. I have most of them be Vix, but I don't think I can have all them be Vix because I also have cards that don't cost white in my deck. I also want a forest for Foundation Breakers versus Blood Moon. Yeah, play those. It's a chance that you're gonna die and then Revel Arc, pow pow. I know of a utility land to play. Glasspool Mimic. Sure is hard. You sure are hung. Why is there no gacha music on this stream? There is, very frequently. What you're saying is just not true. Has anyone mentioned Flickerwish? Many times, but I think it's pretty bad. I don't know what can they do against those things. You sure are hung, Luke. I like how it puts Shell of the Last Kappa and then there's emote in the name of the card. The text box too. Shall we actually 4-1 with the Elemental stack? You didn't believe. Oh no, you can't play a hero of this. Okay, no Glassful Mimic. Cool, can we never play it again? Why? I think the right amount of Flicker Wisp is 0. It was a proper 4-1. Seems too many lands though. I was playing 22 with the vials. I don't know, it didn't feel like I was missing them all that much. I can be at 23, I just wanted to be reasonable. The Stomping Grounds. Does Reverg actually do anything? It seems to me like a good grindy card. For when they kill the Risen Reefs. Alright, let's play 23. You can also make a search, get a research for elementals. No, that's Stream Decker. They say gather a search, I mean Scryfall search. The Cyborg Healer of the Glade looks sus. It's an anti-burn charm. Consider things like Dawnflug or Ingot Chur as tutors. I'm already playing Foundation Breaker, which is probably much better than Dawnflug. Then Ingot Chur, I don't know what Dawnflug does, so. Prevent free damage, poggers. Sorted by rarity. I looked through the evoke cards earlier. The Cavaliers are elementals, but they do cost legit 5 mana. Luna is an elemental. Malignus is an elemental. Omnath. They're playing those. Titania, Torrent Elemental, I think I go Champignon. Sold by CMC, come on, I'm gonna look at the mythics first. Whisperwood Elemental, Vengevine. Malik, these nuts. Amplifier, Dashenmore Leech. Ball Lightning, Cloud Thrasher. Any flying creature decks? Also search for cards of Changelong. I also search for those and not too many Changelongs. Yarok. Yarok is necessary, I think. Also Savagery, Groundbreaker, Guile, Horde of Notions, Giganta. Can we play Giganta in the deck too? We can't actually play Giganta, that's very sad. Hostility. If a spell a control will deal damage to an opponent, prevent that damage. Create a free 1 red elemental shaman creature token with haste for each 1 damage prevent this way. Imagine your opponent has 7,000 1/1 cats ready to block, or even with worse squirrels, and they are at 1 life and you draw a lightning bolt and you're like, oh shucks. Sounds really bad. Maro? Should we add Maro? No two see the same Maro. Is it supposed to rhyme? No two see the same Maru? Maru? It is not supposed to rhyme because it certainly doesn't, but it's looks like it should. No two see the same Maru. Maru. Did you know Maro is a reference to Maro? I know, I mean, I see that it's not supposed to say. It says Maro and not Maru, but it's just, I don't know, I want it to rhyme. Maru's power and toughness are each equal to the number of cards in your hand. Mirage Classic 6th edition. Why is the 6th edition classic and 7th edition is not a classic anymore? Oh, they're different Maro. That's an angry Maro. That's not Maro when somebody in the office designs Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. Why is it so zoomed in? Why not? You can look at the artwork better. Maro when they didn't print squirrels in 17 years. Yeah, that's probably actually more true. Molimo, Maro Sorcerer. The word calls and I answer. The word calls, I answer. Where's the command? Yeah, because we have a command that has Maro owning. calling me on the phone and saying stuff. There's Necroskitter. It is Nova Chaser, 4 mana trample, champion and elemental, 10-2. Hello Caster, Maro here, no more rivals if you lose this. True, although to be fair, no more rivals if I win either. So your threats are quite empty. How does Bloodthirst work? This creature comes into play with X counters, where X the damage dealt to your opponents this turn. So how does a regular card with Bloodthirst work? Isn't... Hey, it's Valerie, thank you for the sub. If an opponent was dealt damage this turn, enters with 3 counters, so they have mostly fixed amounts of counters. There's Pride of the Clouds, if you wanted to drop. There's Primal Crocs. There's Spawn Drive. At the end of turn, if you control no goblins, sacrifice Stench Skipper. Flying 6/5 for mana. So it's an elemental that needs a stench to survive. Champion and elemental, 7 mana, 10 and flying. Supreme Exemplar, wow. Sigma Lassa is pretty fun, it's a pretty unique effect. The art on the Supreme Exemplar is kinda... That's an elemental, Supreme Exemplar. A goat, lion, frog, owl, something, bird. They fly. 10-10. New Cardo. Nadar, Selfless Paladin, 3 mana, Vigilance. Whenever Nadar, Selfless Paladin enters the battlefield or attacks, venture into the dungeon. What the fuck is the dungeon? It's the basement of the building where Van Darkholm resides, and he has many tools for his slaves down there. All the creatures you control get +1/+1 as long as you have completed a dungeon. Dude. Are those actually cards though? Do you put this into your deck? Is this some alternate game like type like playing chess? Probably not an alternative. They're in your command zone. What's a command zone? Lost level, scry 2. also they have so much effects, so many effects. You gain 1 life, scry 1, create a treasure token, or target creature can't attack until your next turn. Scry 2. Exile top 2 cards of your library, you may play them. When? Just in general? Just forever? Exile a counterspell, it sits there, I can always play it? I guess. Or does it mean during resolution? I think it means during resolution. Mural's Graveyard. Create 2 skeleton creature tokens. Deep Mines, scry 3. Mud Wizard's Lair. Draw 3 cards and reveal them. You may cast one of them without paying its mana cost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have to advance 6 times in the dungeon. Coin will be way too big. Trapped entry. Each player loses 1 life. Each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card. Each player loses 2 life unless they sacrifice an artifact to your land. Create the Atropal, a legendary 4/4 Black God horror creature token with Death Touch. Any D&D players familiar with Atropal? Yeah, Modo is not gonna work for the first week of the release of D&D, I'm sorry. Gonna be no Modo streams as they're gonna be probably not workable program for that period of time. It's gonna be programmed into Arena too, sure. Discard a card and sacrifice an artifact, a creature and a land. I mean, that sounds like very poggers. Hopefully it just throw everything away. I guess you're supposed to get the Atropal earlier. Cave entrance, scry 1, goblin lair, create a goblin, create a treasure. Fungi cavern, creature gets transformed all. Each opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. Put a counter on that creature. Temple of Doom at coin. Right card here. Gluestocrates. Dungeon Master. I respect you. It's just companions too, or will be banned shortly after. Well, it's not companion because you have to play the dungeon cards, right? So like it doesn't do anything by itself, right? Unless you have a card that references that in your deck. So it is not quite companion. Seems very parasitic, yeah. I remember reading once an article by Maro where he was saying that they want to do as few parasitic designs as possible to let people, like, you know, build decks cross sets, and then they kept printing more and more parasitic designs, and I remember that article, and then it hit me. They just changed their view on that. You also said you have to change your deck to be able to play the companions. Well, you have to play, like, the effect of the dungeon cards is only on the dungeon cards, right? You don't draw the dungeon. It's not an extra card. It is a part, like an X. How to say that? What's the word for that? It's another appendage of your X Venture into Dungeon cards. So. Elowick, Tumblestrom for mana, +1, venture into the dungeon. -2, look at the top 6, you may reveal a creature and put it into your hand. If it's legendary, you gain 3 life. Rest on the bottom of your library in random order. -7, you get an emblem with creatures you control have trample and haste and get +2/+2 for each differently named dungeon you've completed. Nice. Yeah, like just copy paste the abilities of the dungeon cards, and like they are the dungeon abilities are on the dungeon cards, but it would take a lot of space to, like, you know, write that. I think dungeons are not interactable at all. It seems like, but all of the dungeon venturing cards are going to be, right? So. They kinda are, right? This, though, this was peak Magic design. Not those dungeon cards that the youngsters are gonna be playing with and are going to be venturing into. Champion and Elemental, that used to be... that had the soul. Champion and Elemental had the soul of Magic the Gathering captured in it. I guess this mechanic needs dungeon with only 2 to 3 rooms. Tabak in the video said that there's gonna be those 3 dungeons in the set. This has soul. Dungeons, you venture into them. Bloodlord of Vasgoth. That's not an elemental. Let's keep looking at the elemental stat. Legal and modern. 6 mana, 5/5 haste. When ETB, stop all other creatures. Insane. Thunderkin Awake. I guess Thunderkin Awakener is the way to play the Reefs. Maybe we should play Thunderkin Awakener over the Revel Arc. A single one to tutor. If my Reefs die. Yeah, that seems reasonable. There's only 3 dungeons, seems like. Dungeons not costing cyber slot is questionable to me. Imagine that this is all written on the card, chat. That says venture into a dungeon, but can't fit sprawl, right? I don't think we can. Wait, you were not playing 4 Thunderkin Awakening, question mark, exclamation mark? I was playing 0. As it's kind of bad in this deck, right? Yeah, okay, let's play the one Awakener to tutor. I mean, I'm gonna tutor for the Reef then. Doesn't make sense. Chat. The more important thing is, once D&D drops, will you venture into a dungeon with me? No. Shucks. I'm gonna join with the via less. How the first league go? I went 4-1. Played against maybe a bit weird matchups. I think there is some powerfulness in this deck. My decks frequently lose against Bluetron, so I do not take beating Bluetron for granted. I'm actually always very scared of playing against Bluetron. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 12 sources of white for Ephemerate. That should be okay. Right. 12 sources. And allow maybe a 13. Especially if you would like to play it sometimes on turn 1. Yeah, maybe you should have 13. Maybe 14. It's not really a 1-drop card. There's a new blue-green Tron 2 now. What? Where? Yeah, I've seen blue-green Tron, actually. Will Delver deliver? Deliver of secrets? Shit. Shucks, rather. I like how my opponent had to think about this expressive iteration. Tank, 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 flip. Alright, can you get a Fury off the top? And then all will be okay. Not very timely. Flash endurance really quick and block. Okay. Deliver of secrets enters the exile zone. No land. That's a decent draw, but I don't have a land, so it's not actually all that decent. $23 lands, by the way. Endurance has reach, yeah, which is why if I flash it in really quickly. Nice. Mariner is a very powerful card. If you draw a cavern... Oh yeah, land. uh, another one. Another bolt. Ah. Come on. 23 lands, chat. I play so many lands, yet I'm not drawing them. 24 lands looks very bad to me. I would like to call... let's see what it is. Recommend you to play less lands. 23 lands is 10 fewer than Amulet. That's basically nothing true. They do have the dragon on the top, so I can't even do anything. It feels like we can skip Revelark. Oh, sure, I'll keep the Revelark for science. I was also thinking of still playing through the Breach and Amulet, but it's a little bit hard to put together. You can play 32 lands. This is 60-15, you can adjust to 61-14 too. But if you once you have Emrakul through the Breach, I think you might want to play 60-15 instead, because this is actually very good in the mirror too. Glassful Mimic does make you not... Glassful Mimic does make you not... accept Kahira. Which is not a super big deal. Probably want to play 2-drop, right? Yeah. I think we want to play the Mariner on turn 2. Maybe they should scour me if they lead on a scour. Seems like looking for an extra land. They kept the card on top and milled it. Maybe they had a second land. No, they didn't. Okay, they should have milled me. Oh, it's Mariner. Yeah, that's true. Good point, good point. Yeah, Mariner being insane. I mean, that didn't stop them from bolting me last time, but maybe they learned actually what the card does. Very possible. Next time my opponent's going to probably die, because we're gonna go Harbinger for the second reef. Yeah, I mean they missed the lander again. And you go Harbinger. Mail to Landscape W, pretty funny, I guess. Oh, Risen Ring, that's pretty lucky. Survival 2 achieved. Need to put a creature in the graveyard. Oh, there it is. Free flying. Novi god. Free combat. Quindi with other attack. Kinda awkward to have like 3 lands in my hands that are not Utopia lands and they don't cast Ephemerate. That seems pretty smart to me. Well, if they would like to block, then they should have post combat. But I mean, not like they win in either scenario. Even when people were disappointed by Fury, I mean, it is pretty disappointing, but you know, I'm playing this in this deck because it has synergy. Also, is there a chance that this is an Abandoned Harvest deck? Probably a low one, right? Keep this and die. Why not? See, they have no creature. Novikot. Guess if they have a moon, I'm gonna lose. Because I borrowed out the Foundation Breaker. We get the teammates, I can get the voice. Kinda afraid they're gonna just moon me and I'm gonna die. Yeah, that's so stupid because I should do both my basics too, but I don't have a basic that casts the Risen Reefs. Well, I know I have the basics in my hand, but they don't do shit. Play the wrong one. Anyways. It is annoying that you get mooned and you die. So I brought out the anti-moon thing. So bad. I need to draw Furies. It's like typical shit Blood Moon decks, cheesing a game with the moon per match and winning. So I'm just salty. Should probably clear the graveyard soon so they can't. I mean, we can Endurance, cast the Endurance, and Ephemerate it. I guess. Can you blame sales dozens with that key? Me or my opponent? Fury, yeah, Fury is nice. TBH, I'm gonna... Not sure if I want to play it yet. They didn't counter this, so this is gonna hit them for 9 and then this hits them for 12. I think I'll play it. It's kinda, I don't know. Cat first. What do you mean? Oh, Kahira. Like, because I have a cat on my desk lying here too. I'm petting him continuously. So I thought you were maybe talking about that, and I was sure, like, what do you mean? It's your deal, but you meant Kahira, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. You can grab Kahira next turn and player, that's true. The fact subtlety restricted to spells in the second that are either creatures or planeswalkers is pretty pepega. Oh, so you would just like it to be fucking Force of Will with upside of being a 4 mana hardcastable free flyer Force of Will counter spell. I wish you're going to work on Modern Horizon 7. Memory Lapse more than Force of Will, right? Memory Lapse and Counterspell, it's the same effect, chat. It's literally not much difference between those. Lol. What they pitch? Counterspell, yeah. Top. Just setting on top of phone. Well, it does a different thing. Like, if not for the fact that there is actually a threat in the format that you can't counter with subtlety, you could just play your Jace and brainstorm and have both free counter magics in your hand, or like potential of having both free counter magics in your hand and destroy people. But there is actually, like, you know, there is actually the Urza Saga that can get you in that spot. What they feel? Or they reveal a braid. Okay. Will they defeat a single endurance? Maybe we can draw more Furies. We have 4 Furies in the deck. We can also draw any of the pitch cards. I think they missed the flying. Whoa. Actually didn't. What the fuck? Oh, sure they missed. Elementals, Pepega. They're much better than you think. When do you plan to create Reanimator in Modern? Soon. We can get... Revelark. It animates Sway Voice. Fury. Seems worse than Revelark. And Voice. Seems worse than a Velark. Yeah, I think I also if it dies, it gets returned too. And it's very good versus removal. More mountains. Okay, keep one foundation breaker versus their deck. Is my new plan. Do they not have Monkey in their deck? I don't know, maybe they bought it out against blockers. The problem for Animator is that unless it's Protean Hulk, you aren't winning through reanimation, you're just performing actions, and that's kinda weak. See the new hot tub categorization and demonetization as forcing to one of the hot tub live. Partially. Okay. Blood Moon? No trouble. No problem. Actually, it was a pretty big problem, but... yeah, should have just had one foundation breaker. To do 2 or 4. Even bigger problem for my opponents. They did cast all of their spells eventually. I guess they did pitch a counter spell. Moon was fine. Copium, but which direction? Mine or my opponent's? You also play Force of Vigor. I think it is much more desirable to play Foundation Breakers. Because it synergizes so well with Ephemerate against the decks where it's good. And it's Force of Trigger, I guess. And you get 3 disenchants. Verti pitch spells? No. Because you are not good with the weaker pitch spells. Any opponents? Universal Automaton is elemental is easier to cast. Easier to cast in what? Breeding Pool, Ephemerate again. Yeah, I need to go +1 white source. You can play the Stomping Ground. Co robisz, kotek? Valakut, the Molten Pineapple. Well, if we had the Ephemerate land, that's actually could have been useful. I think you want to maintain the same number of fetchables idly. I had slight issues with the fetchables amounts, yeah, but very slight. And I had bigger issues with Ephemerate being white mana and Breeding Pool being in my hand. Still not Amulet. Sure. Do we risk throwing white? I don't think we do. We could play a Dryad, we could get two things. Or at least you can hardcast it and then ephemerate it later. I mean, Graces is better than Scout, that's facts. Like, whoever plays Scout is just such a fish that can be said with words. Now that you cut Vial, is there any reason to play Territory over Tsikurat? Doesn't seem like, yeah. Well, they cast a few bit too many things now. Fuck. If we actually had the... We're so good if we actually had white mana, right? Because we would just go Ephemerate Breaker, destroy Blink, destroy this, and have 4 lands. As they play Castle. We could even Blink, could even Ephemerate this again, but probably not. Just cast it, no evoke. Well, but I can't ephemerate it. And I'm gonna lose because of that. That's my problem. But you know, I will cast it, right? Territory puts Kahira into hand. Okay, it's actually better to play Territory with Kahira then. Because that's more likely to come up. I'll actually kill the Dryad, I think. Primeval, shit, Titan, yeah. You know, it's not like a Titan necessarily just wins the game, right? Haha, ha 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 ha. You have no Dryad. Titan is beatable, chat. We need a red card to Fury it. Fury Ephemerate it. Two Valakuts though. I guess they search the Valakut for the haze, that's normal. Actually, we can't both draw a red card and Ephemerate. There's nothing for us to do. No, Revelark. I mean, that was kind of bad, losing the mana base. They would have been without the ability to cast a Titan Sense Castle. Want to force Subtlety, and I don't think we want Fury in this matchup because there is no go white monsters. Mariner isn't too much. Fulminator is obviously desirable. Voice is kinda bland. Mariner pitches to Subtlety, so let's keep Mariner. Gonna cut the voices, all of them. I think we can cut the Revelark against Titan. Doesn't seem like we need it. Yeah, Mariner shot stacks against Valakut, not that much, but a little bit. Vala, you won the die roll. There was no die roll. Or was there? Reflecting Pool looks good. Maybe we're supposed to play Reflecting Pool over the unclaimed territories. Just play the caverns? I don't know. Subtlety in opening hand. I'll keep. Kind of a sketchy hand though. Greuser, play Saga. I don't think the Mariner does anything right now. I think Sprawl would be fine in this deck. We had a forest space mana base, but it's just not doable with the creatures in this, right? With the mana base. Yeah, because we could really use extra mana. It's just that the vials were kind of bad extra mana. But in a matchup like this, Dorks would be great, so they could play the Omnath earlier on, like the other card on turn 2, Reef. So then from turn 4 you can start interacting with things. Onslaught? Monster Saga? Lol. Interesting. Nie na klawiaturę. Wow, 23 lands? I should have been playing 22, chat. Thank you for your consideration and etc. One of the many mod benefits. Mods don't actually get elevate channel points, do they? Do they? Didn't you want to play 24? Which is why I made this joke, yeah. That I got flooded a little bit. I don't know. I didn't know. Actually. Nie na klawiaturze, koteczku. No nie zrzucaj mi wszystkiego. Fulku. Oh no, I Titan resolves. What can I do? Obviously not packed. Not packed at one. Well, mods do gamble, yeah. Nice. I caught myself off of the Ephemerate, I guess. Bojuka Pog? What? We're actually not dead. You don't have a Titan manas. Dismember, thank you for killing it. I have so many Omnas. I think we want to settle the... Oh, they killed my Ephemerate too. Pretty sad. Fulminator Mage. They didn't have a bounce land. Didn't have any more lands. They didn't play Bojuka Boga during that turn. They kept the Titan on top, yet they didn't have mana to cast it? A bit odd. They have bounce land on top. Well, in that case... Kinda not poggers, but... Zusa, okay. Ooh. Wrong order. I guess. It doesn't really matter. Another amulet, okay. Thank you very much. Jures, please, for resubbing. Voila. Po prostu obudził się. Why opponent not play Italian a few turns ago after the subtlety? Because they didn't have the mana for it. They carried on top, but they didn't have the mana. Yeah, we won. Zulul. Why don't do a cat's place? What's cat's place? Have you tried letting Tofu climb up your shoulder? You just did that, yeah. It was so bad this game, but I guess my opponent got hoisted by my single subtlety. There's no point in them keeping another Titan in hand. Although maybe there actually was, and if there was, then weren't you bronze your heart? I weren't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably I should have killed the Azusa, I think. If they have 2 Titans now, they're gonna be okay. Because they do have a pact, so they kept the Titans on top for no reason. Or maybe by mistake. Kill the wrong creature. I mean, does that matter if they add it? Like, they need to have another thing on top. It's just so odd. Oh, fuck. That was a reason to evoke. Well, I shouldn't have sold to the den at all. I guess I shouldn't have sold to the den at all, but it's so weird they had a hand like this. It just doesn't make sense. I guess I made a mistake still. Yeah, they didn't have less, they kept Titan on top. Like, I guess obviously, like, what is else supposed to be there in their hand, right? But did they just draw the 2 Titans for our 2 turns? Anyway, we could have been fine here had we kept the Solitude for the Titan. Or even Ephemerate subtlety. Well, we could have Ephemerate subtlety. The turning exile that Rider could have just tempo subtlety the Azus and prevented all of this. I couldn't. Nine? Do they have a land drop? I don't think they do. I should have not cast the soul to at all to keep it for a Titan. No, they had a land drop, sure, doesn't matter. Anyone reminds me why a card has a name and a comma, then a title afterwards isn't legendary again? This many Valakuts. They grow everywhere. Fuck the police. That was not a very inspiring loss. So bad. Very nice. Once again, breeding pool ephemerate. Fuck this. Osiemnastu kowbojów. think I can win against control. And we're playing counterspell in hand, and they're kinda sad right now, right? Ooh, waiting on the push for Value, but yet I drew the card that punishes you. Very nice. Yeah, I think more white because you need to keep this card up. I think stomping ground still does suck. Does stink. And I would like yet like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 sources for white. I think we target this, or we could target this. Snapcaster push. It's a fairly odd one as we don't have revolt. F elemental small LF like elephants. Okay. Yeah, it's not working out too well for our control opponent. Can have a rough and then they counter my Ephemerate number 2. So they're actually in a pretty decent spot then. If they don't have a raft, then they are gonna get spunked. Why are you not playing Primal Beyond? Primal Beyond is weaker than Unclaimed Territory, chat. I'm not playing for Unclaimed Territory. Interesting position. If only Fury went face. Why not Ephemerate Omnath? I'm not gonna Ephemerate into open mana against an control opponent. What about now? No, no need to. Don't want Solitudes against control. I think I want Furies and Subtleties. Or Planeswalkers. And I'm not sure about... I think I want Fulminators to pitch for Furies too. We can cut the Foundation Breaker. Can cut the Endurance. Although it does stop Snapcaster Mage. Can probably cut some of those. Maybe we can trim a Flamekin Harbinger. We're on the draw, we can cut a land. 4 Fury seems a lot. Yeah, but it does kill Planeswalkers, right? Endurance is not too bad just as a free for flash. It's also not too good as a free for flash. Fury seems the worst card. With Fury I can go long and I don't care about Planeswalkers, so like I don't think they're gonna go over the top of me. I think I have the better late game then. I can just chill and like do stuff. I think. Yeah, I think Esper loses, and Esper loses because it has a smaller late game. And because of Cavern of Souls, I guess, mostly, actually. Okay, it's mostly because of Cavern of Souls. TBH. Not because of what I said. Cavern of Skill, yeah, well said. Yeah, I don't know what their plan is with the Field of Ruin. I will make you sacrifice a creature. I will sacrifice it myself, thank you very much. Shut an edict one time. I will be fine making that trade. Maybe Snapcaster. Actually, whatever. They will Chaos Gale, but it's fine. It is kinda okay for them in general. Against Ephemerate, kind of a nice interaction for them. They don't really beat the Omnas coming, so. Some requests can be this loud compared to Can. I prefer when they are not as loud. This one is very loud, so mods should use the minus volume command to make the volume a bit lower. Not fetching a wildland seems bad by them. They did fetch one, but they got destroyed. Have I seen a new dungeon mechanic? I did, yeah. Maybe they actually fetch a swarm with the Polter Delta. But I think that was before they seen the Fulminator, so it does make sense. Ah! -1 Flamekin Harbinger. Let's say I view this as a fair exchange. Titania for sure is good in this deck. I had Titania in my sideboard and I cut her immediately because I was smart. I didn't have something else that was deemed to be good. Could have settled this. I can draw more lands. But this is an assured fetch, so it's kind of weird, but okay, we draw a land anyway, so unpunished. One on Reef, you draw one more. Quite the opposite. I draw 2 cards when I use it on Omnath, and 1 when I use it on Reef, so because of that I chose to use it on Nice Mystic Gate. I think Revelark looks much better than Titania so far. I've been happy with this guy. Actually. Okay, -1 enough. Can subtlety our own creature. We can. But from the stack only, which is... you know, so-so. Stack only? Yeah, chat. It doesn't actually bounce stuff. I wish people had more creatures in play for me to target. Occasionally they don't have too many. Rocks. 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 Like the song. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny song. What did go rocks and talk about rocks, as in stones. All right, we are 6-2, which means that we have 75% win rate with Elementals, chat. Actually, we are 6-3, which means that we have 66.666 win rate percentage with Elementals. Which, after extrapolating from my base win rate, it's actually 40% win rate deck, which is not very good in the hands of a regular human. Rax! Rax! Also, I opened Twitter on the other screen, and I've seen a tweet by Magic the Gathering about the dungeons, and I have to say that I already forgot about the mechanic of venturing into dungeon, and I get reminded about it, and it's... yeah. Dungeon Masters. Is that good for a phenomenal control player like yourself? No, yeah, sure. I don't know. Well, I was 69% with your mom last night. What? WTF is venturing into dungeon? Exactly. Rax! You don't have to put on a red. Rax! Back in my day, there were no dungeons to be ventured, no companions to be summoned, no Uros to be escaped. No free spells. Oh no, wait, they are in Magic the Gathering since forever. How pushed should you venture into the dungeon cards have to be good in constructed formats that aren't standard? Well, that is a question that I think seems to miss the point a little bit. The point is that those cards, there's gonna be not much or even nothing at all intrinsically to them, their power level, based on the fact they have the mechanic. Like, that mechanic existing on those cards does not like intrinsically mean anything, because all of what the cards actually do is gonna be contained on the card, in the card's text. It's probably not gonna be constructed mechanic. I wonder if I have to draft the Dungeons Unlimited. I don't think you draft them, because they're literally only 3 existing. That would be weird to have to draft them. Also, they aren't cards, yeah. So it's kind of weird they said that they are in your sideboard, but they don't take a sideboard slot, while those just aren't cards, right? Let's see if I draw a line on next turn. Maybe I should get a Mariner, though. I mean, Mariner just makes them pay more mana. I don't think I actually want to draw an Elemental at this stage of play. I want to draw a land. Especially if I don't draw a land and I want to just not play the Harbinger. Elevate Planeswalker card seems alright. Yeah, kinda. Where are you all getting this info from? There was a video. Yeah, they're just like, when you're playing Magic the Gathering, you need a notepad to note your life points, right? So you're kind of like an extra notepad you need for the venture into dungeon mechanic. Did you see the flump? What's flump? Did you say these nuts joke? The card? I didn't see flump then, I don't think so. Flump these nuts nowadays, shit. Flump. Oh, bought this? Awesome. Just throw the lens from Nas and we win. Also, notice how they don't have Lurus in their deck, and they might just want to grab it right now and probably still lose, I guess. Well, I guess always crack the canopy. Lol. Check out Realm Walker for this deck. Yeah, you could play Realm Walker, but I think it's not very good. Doesn't strike me as very good. Did you have to bring your Journey to Nyx pre-release minigame cards to the Pro Tours you went to? I didn't play the Journey to Nyx so once, so I didn't need to know. Well, it's Gachu. It's actually not Gachu. Oh. Yeah, Wim Kanapko. Also Morophon, the Boundless. I'm not gonna be dead as playing it for 5 mana though. Come on. Wieczorem przed mym domem gaci muci unsettled mariner. I didn't even need Castillon Nafs. They went move this game? They moved to 6 and they just like are never coming close to milling me. Killing me? I guess they're kinda close. They have 1 card in hand, they have the Rift Bolt. I have the Solitude to gain life, etc. If I drew the Omnas, it wouldn't be close. If I drew the land for Omnas, it wouldn't have been close, but it is gonna be a bit close. Damn, I would like this deck to be a Abundant Harvest deck, but I'm not sure if that's doable. Because I would like to play 20 lands Abundant Harvest. Didn't pay? 20 land Abundant Harvest in it? Or 21 land Abundant Harvest in it? Yeah, they did not pay the 1. I don't know if they wanted to or not, but they didn't, that's all that happened. Kiedy atakowałem submarinerem, jadłem kanapkę. You know, if they did pay, then I would have solituded my Omnath right now for +4 life and be at 8. Against Burn. Don't care for Foundation Breaker, although you kinda do. You want Healer of the Glade? Maybe let's have one to fetch. Endurance kinda blocks. They're gonna bring in moons. They're gonna have moons in their burn deck. You can skip Revelark and Omnath. They might bring the Vortexes, which punish me for casting 0 cost cards. They didn't show Lurus, that's to mean Moon. No. This is like a very old strategy by Burn players on Magic Online, is that they don't play Lurus because they think it's bad. It's not, they play Moons. It is puzzling to me, and I think it's just plainly wrong. But they choose to play the 15th Cyber slot over that, I guess. Fury? Question mark. Fury indeed. Fury these nuts. There's also always like some people say that, oh, they're gonna know I'm playing an aggressive deck if I reveal Lurus, but there's so many Lurus decks. Imagine if Fury could deal damage to face, that's true. Imagine that. That didn't end up too very, like being very cash money for me. Nice mana base. I mean, what's the problem? Can cancel my things. What? This is just way too hard for people. Oh, 2 triggers from Mariner. Because they target me twice. Oh, that's so nice. I wouldn't even realize. Whenever you or a permanent control becomes a target, so target, pay 2. I pay 1, well, pay 2. I don't, okay. Don't pay 2 then, buddy. It's a learning experience for me too, I didn't realize. It's pretty nice to have a pile of free spells against burn. Any mana base that is not that painful. Yeah, Mariners versus Michelle's Bubble, I did that even like the other day. Mostly forgetting about that. I wish the Solitudes had flavor text because I don't have nothing to read between games. Taking it. Taking it. Like Fallout Seas with Mariner, denying them the draw. All Fallout Seas with Mariner denying the Eldrazi player the discard, so I know. Works both sides. Although typically Fallout Seas dies by an effect. When trying to die, they're not trying, they just are. Which I guess means that they are trying. But yeah, I wanted to signify that I did that successfully. A dice player has to pay both abilities, so you get to always negative draw. That's true. Yes, because they have to pay. Okay, that's a good one then. In that case, Mariner gets hosed heavily by Footnotes here. I see we are up to some nonsense today. No, this is not nonsense. It's actually the new modern and actually great deck. Dungeon Module C7 Evolving Worlds. An adventure for characters levels 1-4. Land. Sacrifice worlds. Search for a basic. Put tapped. Do you think this deck is actually great? No, I don't actually think it's great, but I do think it is not a bad deck, and I think it could be great, maybe. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I do not like this frame at all either. Like the solid color, the solid same color on the entirety of it just looks a bit off-putting. It's a showcase frame, relaxed chat. What do you mean showcase frame? Are there gonna be cards with this frame on Magic Online? Promo frame? Well, are there gonna be cards with this frame on Magic Online? Did you end up liking the stock Blue Black Ursa deck you streamed 2 days ago? I was building myself and wanted to see if you were considering any changes. I will be playing this deck more. What day of the week is it now? Thursday. I think I'll be playing it tomorrow. And making changes then. I'll get Temple Garden. I do like the Asmorana decks, I think they're very powerful. Imagine if I could have just played the companion right here. So it's not actually a card? The Evolving Wilds? Or is it a card? Evolving Wilds is a card, yeah. I mean, I don't like it, I would say. Oh no, Lurgoyf. But I go with a 4 or 5 and I can't fury it because that's actually a huge pain. Super cool fucking. Look at the fetch, I guess, if I draw the odd Romnath again. Welcome to the camp zone. It's a song that we were about to listen to, but it's blocked because it is age affected. Curious. Do I raise a guy? I don't even die to bolt. I had to kill a 5 mana 4/4. Should Stream Decker be showing me this current list? Think so. Maybe sideboard currently land different? I don't know. I think it's the one that we're playing with right now. Now I die to bolts. Vigilance 5/5. Well, you drew well. I mean, I have plenty of... Did I really draw well? I have plenty of high cost cards that would be excellent against Jand. I don't know if I drew particularly well against this opponent really. I'm not on top. I mean, I skipped a 2-drop. I didn't play a 3-drop, I don't think so. I played a companion. I guess then I have to trade for a Goef. Is insulted by the Omnafear? It doesn't cycle. It might have been better, I guess. I think it was actually pretty better, yeah. Well, but the thing is that I can draw Solitude off of Omnath, right? On the live immediately. And Solitude is actually a little bit bad when you're racing, right? Punished for playing the lane. They have endurance. I mean, I was thinking about Liliana making me discard, but you know, I have so many draws that are good too. I think Fury is okay. I think Subtlety not good here again. I think Subtlety is not kind of not good in general. We don't want to be playing that much. Endurance can eat Goyfs maybe. To quote a famous John Ser personality, well, you drew well, XD. Back when you had the fetch land and the +1 counter Omnav in hand, why did you ditch the fetch lands? Yeah, that was a bad ditch. Which I immediately corrected myself, saying I should have pitched the other one. This I'm using that the opposite ranking of elementals is close to correct, lol. Well, in this matchup, yeah, because it's better to have multiples of this, but Subtlety has a matchup where it does shine, for example, where Fury just is there. I won't take damage. I have the Omnav big guy in hand, but it's fine. I think. Is this an MTG? I would play Grief if it was compatible color-wise with my deck, right? I think I would definitely like to play Grease in the sideboard at least, but I just don't have black cards. Or black mana in the deck. Let's get a Hallowed Fountain so that we can draw a forest and ruin our chance of casting this with 4 lands. Like my mana with the cavern is pretty perfect anyways. With 2 caverns. Yeah, Fury is pretty good to hardcast. The big part of the card. Still think Fury is a bad Solitude. Yeah, I mean this deck is a bit unique too. Thank you for the Radiant deck. Mordo, no co jest mordo, byku? Jak tam zdrowie? E, dobrze, no. Dzwoni kuzyn. This guy again. For some reason, I guess Grant McDonald gets played many more times than I guess this person. And I was about to say that this Bo Burnham guy, he sings the chorus of his song way too many times, but then I actually remember that Grant kind of does the same thing, doesn't he? So I'm not sure if I can use that argument. Grease. Grease impressed me. Well, you're gonna be impressed by... Oh, Forest actually came up. Let's see if it's gonna impress you now. Was that impressive? The target the Mariner. Are they gonna play Rensky? Would be a bit draft. Has to be Rensky. Not tempted by double kill plus attack Greased. That keeps Grease on the battlefield. Not really fun. Although I guess in a way it was pretty nice. Because now the guys are bigger. Actually, maybe I should have been tempted by that a bit. I don't know why they killed the Mariner over the Risen Reef and didn't play Ren. That's so weird. I think the Ghost is gonna be no problem for me, generally. Didn't you want to leave a big cavern up, not to leave it to shock? I have Ephemerate in my deck. Is Grease a creature card in the graveyard or a creature planeswalker card? In addition to the other types, okay. And creature land gonna be 2-3 again. We guess this. I'll just get Lady Endurance. You can put monster into my deck. And by monster into my deck, I said draw. I meant draw Kahira. But yeah, I think we kinda outscaled our opponents. Oh, I could still pitch Fury. I think pitching is not good because I go -1 card and like the ghosts are just smaller than my persons. I can just hardcast my stuff. I can do, you know, the Omnath is pretty valuable to have. If they kill the first one, they can't win. At the same time, playing Risen Reef in a Lava Dart Ward is not convincing. Lava Dart? Nie problem. It's my view on this position. I think you like make it a bigger deal. Like you get your card advantage and they need to pay 1 for Mariner. It's simple. And you have so much free removal against Prowess. Honestly, I would like to play against Prowess to see how it plays, because it might be really a bad matchup, but you also have 8 free removal spells and Omnaths against Prowess, right? So who cares if they Lava Dart your Reasoner if it's cycled? And like, you know, do you have this or this alongside? It's okay. Also Amulet, despite my Force Subtlety. And the Endurance. I would say that's probably bad because they have access to a lot more threats than Holy Heat for Omnath. But you draw a card then still. And you know, like, they have access to a lot more threats, but I have access to a lot more removal, right? Too, when I have card advantages. And you'll play things with Cavern. So I would not write this deck off as a Lava Dart vulnerable deck necessarily. All that much. Why only 1 Omnath Royals? Is him boosted or is not? It's not, I believe. You do not have a lot of sustained card advantage though. Yeah, I think the Revel Arc would be pretty important against them to have. And as I said, I would like to see the matchup before I would pass judgment. So what I was saying is that I guess if Abundant Harvest was of a relevant color for the pitchers, then I would be happier to play it, but it's kinda not cash money. I would try Reanimator. I would need to build it and I don't would like to. Look at Masked Vandal. I have Foundation Breaker, which is the same card. But also doesn't require me to have a creature in the graveyard to exile. Yeah, it exiles, but why does that matter? Also doesn't evoke. Yeah, I know that. Okay, it's not literally the same card. It's a bit slightly a different card, but it is mostly the same. for most intents and purposes. Killing Caldera is not very important in a 4 Solitude deck. I'll see, I'll play second Revelark over the Life Gainer. Mirror Entity. Not a fun. No, doesn't like, it's a 3 mana 1/1 with marginal ability, which you don't need for the most part. I never know how to spell this card. Revelark. Is Ephemerate worth not going 5 color? Ephemerate is the main thing that I wanted to play with this deck. Played in with this deck, and I think so. Smokebreaker does look strong as non-interactive decks. Yeah, I'm wondering if Utopia Sprawl, it's probably not plausible to play Utopia Sprawl. No i co to co? Aha. Dobrze. What against Torpor Orb? Just dodge it, nobody plays it. Liam Walker is very OP. Can you pitch cards from your top of the deck? From top of the deck? Evoke? Seems like you can, yeah. Do you like Subtlety? Subtlety is versus Titan. It's not very cash money against anything else too much, but this helpful against control, I guess, too. So control and Titan is pretty good. Orvar, the old form, what does it do? League with Liam Walker. I'm not sure, I don't have interest in Liam Walker. You have a decent plan against Torpor Orb of just casting creatures for free. That's true, I guess. Carchon Star. Iron Star. I don't know. I don't want to switch decks. I want to play match. I have a time for one more match. I'm gonna play one more match with this, and tomorrow we're gonna play Asmorano Blue Black. Team. Dzień dobry streamerze, no siema. Horde of Notions? No, a second Revelark will do. How many tickets are 500 złotys? Around 120. Did I fix the mana base? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 sources of white for Ephemerate. Yeah, that's okay. One more match chat. Can I update the stream deck here? Sure. Also, chat, did you know that Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamer for no cost for yourself? At no cost for yourself? Update that, seems like. I know, that's why I set to 4 cent for head. Fair. They're good for farming PP if you have too much free time. Oh, the queues. Thank you for the gifted sub. How much does Twitch Prime cost? I said that no cost. Amazon Prime costs you. I don't know how much. Are you at a GP? Yeah. Happening live. Twitch Prime free with Amazon Prime? Well, you don't pay for Amazon. You do pay for Amazon Prime, so it's, you know, probably factored in for the cost, into the costs. Do you miss GPs? I would happily go to one, yeah. Amazon Prime costs about 2 Twitch subs. Seems not worth it then. Any opponents? Or do we need to wait 4 minutes? Finally. Okay, let me queue with my Turbo Croxa deck, sure. No trouble. I'll be back in a minute, actually. Oh, here we can try it, chat. For ourselves. I want to draw a specific elemental. Maybe I want to draw subtlety, not subtlety. What's the name of the guy? The white one. Solitude, yeah. The white guy. What about Unsettled Mariner though? Well, I have a time to play if I want to. Now I can ephemerate this, but it's fine. Oh, got darted. Figuratively. Darted, you've lost already, Kaneki? I think so. I think I'm actually doing pretty well. But I think you also know that, but you're saying that jokingly. Do you not have anything? Can I play the Fury? I can't. Nice. Did we venture into a dungeon yet? Soon. In a month when the set releases, the dungeons are going to be thoroughly expected. I mean, everyone kept like shit hand, a super shit hand. Ah, those players. I'll just wait. I don't need to kill this immediately. You don't. You don't. You don't. I have two Revel arcs for a late game, as some were worried about that. Have endurances. Probably can cut the Omna Foil. Have the endurance for good stats, blocking flyers, etc. How much non-Ramraj music has this guy made? I think he made thousands of songs. It's one of those people who are just very creative. How many air you breathe? One air per one breath. Should we? Sure. This is kind of bad. Can't fetch a steam vents here. Hopping into Habinger loop. True, that's kind of free value. I should have done that. Yeah. Alright, sure. And how these are the flamekins, and if I draw a lens, likely gonna be of the color. Maybe it makes sense to get the halot one, but I have two of the Harbingers. Whoops. Yeah, elemental land to fetch would be good stuff. Bless you too, chat. Just say that the new Marine album slaps. Would you say that Gachimuchi slaps? Three Fox have a fetchable land, why not elemental? The Three Folk fetchable land is a forest. Only Three Folk. Lightning bolt. Ouch. I find myself dead to death. I choose death. Tangle Flora Hydra is an elemental land, that's true. A tap plant of only green variety, kinda bad. I have two Omnafs. I'll keep this. I think I can play them in time. With this voice valiantly blocking. It is kind of lame how this card was kind of fighting against red aggro decks many years ago, and now it's a little bit not very good. Here is kind of sick in this deck. I don't know if I would say sick, but it is certainly a card. If your hand is Omnath, Subtlety, Endurance, Fury, and Solitude, can you patch Omnath to all of them if you operate and click super fast? No. Blue into the monster, okay. Red aggro used to play Goblin Guide, that's true, it did line up better against Goblin Guide. Forest with Ephemerate. Yes, I have 2 coverage in play currently. Oh. Omnath a little bit shaky against the flying monsters. Bułko. Co mówisz? I don't want to pay 2 life for this, because I think it's fine if this gets killed, because I have another one. In fact, it is very desirable for the Omnath to get killed. Now I just need a simple Solitude. And we could like exile things. Okay, very happy that they do that, actually. Am I very happy? I mean, maybe not very happy, but I'm happy. Good thing that this doesn't grow with prowess, actually. We still have 3 cards in hand, but we drew the Solitude. Land. Ooh, fetch. Nice. Gain extra 4. This matchup seems somewhat high variance, I agree, yeah. This elemental deck is a little bit high variance in general, because like some of the draws really don't come together, but some of them flow very nicely. Could you just have normal cast a Subtlety and ephemerated it? The Solitude. Yeah, but I wanted 4 more life from Solitude and instead of a voice in my hand. I'll draw. Yeah, I think now I basically won the game. Actually, could have gotten the companion. I'll do that next turn. We still have 3 cards in hand and 3 uncracked fiery eyelets in play, which is very sick. Where do all of those, you know, spells come from, right? How they cast so many? Happy New Year in the middle of June. Thank you for the Prime sub, Scott 90. Lol, they are not in a bad spot. I mean, they are in a pretty bad spot. I thought of Mutagen, but not of Dart. But making them Dart with the eyelets is pretty good too. Chat, don't worry, we have the companion. So you can both cloak and defend at the same time now. Which I'm gonna play now for this reason. Especially since they have the fiery eyelets ×3, so they're not gonna, you know, have much use for their mana. So I guess I probably should have spent 4 mana for the Kahira on the last turn. To have Solitude be on top too. That would actually also work better against Lava Dart. Instead of gaining 4 life, because I think I would rather be... Yeah, I think I would rather those be the case. Those things. Interesting. I assume they drew a land. Endurance is a nice castable blocker. Yes, it is very nice that you can cast it for cheap. It's fairly cash money. As I said, I'm not going to be playing anymore today. And I'll be finishing the stream. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay hydrated. Tomorrow I'll be playing Asmorana Mardikada Pimchi. It's finding modern streamer to raid. Almost raided an arena streamer by accident, but then I thought, actually, I don't want to support this. Right? I want to encourage people to do that. Modern enchantress with forests in front. Legacy Rag Delver. Let's see. Potato stream. It's limited. Modern League con glimpse of tomorrow. Aquí odiamos a las Ursa Saga. Yeah. So few modern streamers. Is that modern? I see via... Oh, that's Legacy. Yeah. Miss Mster Serie MTG playing jog mods? Okay, I don't see them, but that sounds good enough for me. Mr. Seri. I'm sorry for that chat, but... Well, finishing. See you.